A very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for this West Indies Championship clash between the TNT Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. We're entering day 3 here. It's nice and bright and sunny, as you could see, and an indication that we anticipate that we will have a full day's play, and I say that guardedly because, a lot could happen in a span of about 6 to 7 hours or so. But we're keeping our fingers crossed. As you can see, the Trinidad and Tobago team getting ready to take the field. Their captain and all the players are having a little powwow, as they say, chatting up, maybe getting final instructions or just reminders. At this stage, you're basically reminding them what the plan is, who's going to do what, how we're going to approach this, and essentially try to execute as best as possible. The thing is, they need another 8 wickets. In fact, they need 18 wickets to secure an outright victory, as the CCC, replying to Trinidad and Tobago's 504, closed yesterday at 114 for 2. And their main man, the captain, who has batted superbly, Johan Jeremiah, is 51 not out, and Shakiri Paris is also batted well. He is shaped well. He is on 19. I'm Ruskin Mark, and working along with Daryl Williams. And Daryl, let me welcome you to our microphones. And basically, as a former cricketer yourself, or as a cricketer yourself, because I know you still play a little bit and still involved, these are wonderful conditions. When you see this, you feel to play, as the case may be.
So hello and welcome viewers all across the region as we commence this lovely day for cricket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's blue skies and gentle breeze, Ruskin.
It's hot, that's what it is. It is a hot day, and the players will feel it.
Indeed, indeed. It definitely needs to be well hydrated. But these two young men have a point to prove. They would want to put their hat in the ring for future West Indies selection. Johan Jeremiah, he's commonly known as the young Spice Man, in following in the footsteps of Devon Smith, who has done Newman service.
He's played a long while, for the Windward Islands and for the West Indies.
Indeed.
Yeah.
See a tad bit of similarities with him. He's not.
Yeah.
He's a bit taller.
He's left-handed,
yeah.
and Jeremiah is right. Jeremiah is left-handed, and but actually no. Devon Smith was also, and Devon Smith was also left-handed, and also did well. But if that is his aspiration, then he's chosen somebody, a splendid example, somebody to emulate. And you always encourage people to look for your heroes.
Indeed.
But then you don't try to follow them like to the letter.
You take a little bit.
You take a little bit, and you try to put your own. You put yourself in there as well. Well, it's going to be the big fella who is going to do the honors first thing this morning. Bowls a good delivery, trying to pitch up as much as possible, I would imagine. The wicket is not a bouncy or pacey wicket, but Joshua James did bowl very well yesterday. His 6 overs cost just 8 runs.
Indeed, the big man from Tobago. He's really come to his own in recent times, plying his trade for FCB Clark Road in the Premiership division here in Trinidad and Tobago. And he's a young and budding all-rounder, genuine all-rounder indeed. Had a stint with Antigua in the recently concluded CPL. He's going to continue.
Again, pitching up, and but again, he's on target, and this is what I think the coaches would have been asking for, consistency of line, and he's probably not up to full speed just yet, just trying to get the body warm and get the mechanics right. But he does have a nice, easy type of action. It's a big fella. He is again touching down just on about that middle and leg stump, and just almost getting a false shot out of Paris there.
So you see, they start with 2 slips and a gully, backward point, short cover, mid off, mid on, and a mid wicket. So as we were mentioning off air, you said that by your calculations, you'd want to believe that Yannick Carrier holds the key to pricing out this CCC batting.
Yeah, I think he's going to be the main weapon. Once again, nicely driven by Paris, but he can't get it through. Yeah, because I really think Yannick, and I'm curious to see how much he has improved coming out of that West Indies bowling camp. I know it's very difficult sometimes when you get new information to try to implement it right away, but I'm sure he's working on little things. And at this stage in his career, you don't have to change much. It's just little things he probably needs to improve on. And you'll see the results. This is well played. Didn't really middle it as well as he would like.
So it's the first rounds of today's proceedings. Comes off the bat of Shakib Paris. He has looked good in spades across the CPL as well. He played his trade with the Trinidad Knight Riders and really come to his own. Bijan by Burt has played quite a number of years for CCC and cricket in general.
Yeah, I thought Karen Pollard and they were very impressed with him. I think Bravo and they were very, very high on him. And don't be surprised if you see him featuring a lot more for TKR going forward, because they just feel that he represents the future.
Breath of fresh air.
Yep. It's the end of the first over of the day, and at the end of it, 115 for two, just a 1 run added.
So some brilliant conditions here for cricket here. So if you manage to be in the southern part of Trinidad and Tobago, you could come on down and have a view.
The Darling would have a big fat in the corner there later.
Indeed. So let's just not.
I was trying to figure out how we
can get in.
Yeah, how we could sneak in there.
And you know, it's such a coincidence that the tagline or the name of the fete is Out in South, which is definitely affiliated with cricket. So maybe we can flash our media badges and say we're here.
Figure out, they're going to be doing some investigative work.
So it's going to be that man, Yannick Carrier, to pick up the attack from the media center. And
I'm not surprised. I really think he really holds the key here for Trinidad and Tobago. Not that the other bowlers don't have a role to play, but I think he could be the main cog.
Good start. So Mr. Mark, with his thinking cap and captain's instincts, is on ball, on point here, spot on this afternoon. So Carrier with a short leg, a slip, pretty attacking feel. I mean, it's a momentum getting leg spin right, so he's going to continue.
Yeah, I don't want him to put too much pressure on himself. Just, get his lines right, get it. One of my favorite leg spinners would have been Imtiaz Ali, not his son, the father. And the Imtiaz, because what Imtiaz was, he was very tidy. He would hardly bowl a bad ball or a loose ball. He was always at you constantly. And that, plus he had a flipper, which back in the day was like a straight ball and a bounce. It bounce when he reproduces it. He had a googly as well. So he kept you honest.
Guessing.
Yeah, but he was very tidy, and I always admired him for that.
So it's tossed up and driven nicely through the cover region.
Nice field in there. Just a little tumble in there by the statesman, the elder statesman.
Stalwart in Jason Shadow Mohammed, as he's commonly known. As we are on the topic of leg spinners, I make mention to two that's probably a little bit before my time. I'll get back to that shortly.
Dan Raj is one.
But yes, I've seen a little bit of him in the latter of his career, but one particularly that I have heard about that hails from the east, the man by the name of
Harold Joe.
Harold Joe's off spinner, Ganesh Mahabir.
Harold Joe bowled everything.
Ganesh Mahabir.
Well, Ganesh, of course, and Ganesh turned the ball. He turned the ball big. That was one of the biggest assets. And Ganesh wasn't afraid to try new things. That's the end of the over. The first for Yannick, it's a maiden. So it remains 115 for 2. But you're right. The Rajendra Danraj was a different spinner to Ganesh. They were both leg spinners. Rajendra would flight the ball generously, and you would get spin, and Ganesh was more about working batsmen out. So he could flight it, but he wouldn't be afraid to put pace on it, and try to let the wicket do something for him.
But as I know one thing that has made mention or made famous of Ganesh Mapi was that one particular 50-over final in Garkara Park where Wanderers played the mighty Wanderers played Musai Sports
Yep.
with the coffin thing. I've heard numerous stories of it.
You couldn't stick a pin inside it because it had so much people, and this went on for a number of years. They would almost meet each other every year.
Yeah.
And it was like a carnival at Garkara Park.
And they had some really good names came out of that, because I think Anil Raja was part of that team as well.
Prakash Musai, the late Kapil Rampasad was there. Like I say, Harold Joe was also part of that, and of course Wanderers.
Was that Leo John and those guys?
No, Leo was before.
Okay.
That was after Leo, rather.
So that was Navid
Leo
Bideshi.
it was just like a supporter
So
then.
it was
But
Navid
you had,
Bideshi.
you have Richard Suchan and some of those guys. And Richard Suchan, I always tell people, is a very underrated bowler, but he could do so much with the ball when he wanted to, and he was a real handful. This is good bowling again from James, because he's asking questions there of the batsman. You make a decision. Are they going to play or not play? And he's staying right there. There are no freebies right now for them.
But you can see just outside the line of his off stump there looks to be some footmarks there. So we're not sure how long Joshua James is going to continue in this spell. We might see the likes of Vikash Mohan or Guli coming from that end.
That's good. Now, he may be tempted to go around the wicket, but I still think this is not a bad ploy, because he has the 2 slips on a gully. Right now he's working on the patience there of Jeremiah. And so now 3 deliveries. That these are not very wide deliveries. If Jeremiah wanted, he could have played at them. But he's showing
a lot of patience.
Good restraint, yeah. But how long will he do that for? And that's a nice set field as well. There he goes driving. That's a good shot. Might get a boundary for it, and in fact he will get a boundary. But it's not a bad delivery again. Getting the edge, but getting the outer portion of the bat, and give the batsman credit. He might have just opened the face and deliberately put it there. But as a bowler, you don't mind that. As a captain, you're glad to see him at least make a shot at it and try to play.
Always giving yourself an opportunity. But so that's the first boundary of today's play, going to the captain, Johan Jeremiah. So it's a bit of a commentator's curse there. He was restraining himself and then had a flash outside the line of the off stump, picked up a boundary. Nonetheless,
and that has been that's kind of par for the course when players play at this level. They always seem to think they need to play at deliveries over time. Like if you face 3 or 4, well, they'll try to catch up with the 5th one. When you could probably just leave that alone as well and avoid any risk at all. But it's the end of the over. Another good one, despite the boundary. 119 for 2 at the end of it.
So see the full complement of bowlers being used here by the Trinidad Red Force team.
Yeah, last night they used Manik, Webster, Pierre, Charles, James, and Mohan. And now you introduce Correa into that. So that's 7 bowlers.
So we've seen a little bit of cloud cover coming from the southern side there. I hope it doesn't interrupt play at all.
Yeah, it was just brilliant sunshine. Just when we started, but, 15 minutes in, and it's changing ever so slightly. But hopefully this is cloud cover directly overhead. And with the strong wind that blows across the ground, it will probably take those clouds to the west of us. And Correa again doing a good job, not afraid to give it a little bit of air. He's still trying to probably get in the groove, so to speak, before he starts experimenting a little bit. But right now he's just getting his line right.
Showing the rhythm as well. It's coming out nicely. You know, as the saying goes, I've heard it from elder statesmen, that spin bowling is like holding a bird.
It's a beauty, and it's the peeling is out court. Well. He was just probing, coming forward there, Paris. He's not a happy man, and he goes for 20, caught at the wicket. So give young Gomez his first victim, if you want to call it that, at this level. And Yannick Correa getting the breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago. Paris goes for 20. It's 119 for 3 now.
It's a good take there by the young man on debut. He doesn't look to have much butterflies. He is settled in well. Tall man in stature. Yannick Correa getting the breakthrough here. Shakil Paris dejected, going back to the pavilion. So boy oh boy, are we in for a slide here this afternoon, Ruskin?
Well, we have to wait and see, and it depends on how they play somebody like a Correa or even James, because James is doing his bit at the other end also.
Bowling in partnerships.
Yep, he's not giving anything away.
See the replay here.
It's close to the bat, yeah, very close to the bat. And in all fairness, sometimes batsmen don't even know they edge the ball. Because I've seen time and again when they see when they get the ultra edge and they see the spike, they're like, it's like bewildered, because in their mind they never touch the ball.
Indeed, but then there are some batsmen
who know that they touch
it. They middle it.
They drove it into the man's hand.
And they just stand dejected there like it's not. But that's all part of the game.
So Kyle Corbin is another key man on this team.
He has a bit of experience at this level, plying a street and playing for the Barbados franchise previously.
So they're going to look to him here to put together something special. But it depends on what kind of mood he's in. And if he's prepared to do the hard yards.
See a slight bit of field change.
Sun is back with us as well.
See, they have the deep backward square out. I think that should have been inside of circle. He's not, starting bad. This is...
So no ball, is it? So you're probably overstepping there. When you see a spinner ball or no ball, you get worried. Because Yannick is not going, his run-up isn't very long.
I think it's the excitement of the wicket. You want to get through it a little bit faster now.
So probably just cutting that crease, overstepping. Nothing behind the line. So good breakthrough and early success for the Red Force. Now they're probably hoping that they could continue with the wicket taking.
Indeed. And it's a special kudos going out to young Gomez coming into this setup. It's such a nice story behind it.
I think he almost got through there. He's opting to go on the back foot this time. Corbin, instead of coming out onto the front foot. Ball was well up to him. And had to hurry.
So it's been a thing of my commentary stint that I like to pick the brain of the senior and the elder person in my commentary box. Who's outside of Dinesh Ramdin? Who's one of the better wicket keepers you have seen?
There's a short ball pulled away, and but a single just the man down a deep backward square. So that was the cover, the protection out there for precisely that type of ball, a short ball or the sweep shot that most batsmen tend to play when they're not reading. It's the end of the over. 121 for 3 at the end of it. A successful one for Yannick Correa. In terms of wicket keepers, actually David Williams, who was the coach of the team, had probably the fastest pair of hands of any of our wicket keepers. There was another Williams, I think he was Dave Williams, who went with the West Indies U team. He was on the Trinidad U team. When Colin Murray was the captain, he was an exceptional wicketkeeper as well. And we've had good wicketkeepers. Derek Murray was a good wicket, but he was very competent. He wasn't flashy.
Yeah,
He was
style
very competent. So too was Randall Leon. Similar mold, similar to what we have now with Joshua. Very, almost
Textbook.
very orthodox.
Yeah,
you know.
textbook.
Not gonna do too
But
much.
there was a one particular wicketkeeper that was in the news for the wrong reasons. I'd want to go back to it, which was, I think it was an under-19 tour with Dwayne Bravo that was sent back by the name of Bachu, Christopher Bachu.
Bachu.
I heard very good things of him, and
Well, you see, that's the thing. At
Youth level.
At the youth level, a lot of guys
showed
show
potential.
that potential, and they have all the tools. It's how do they transfer that to the next level is where the thing, and that's why Dinesh. Remember,
Stood
Dinesh's
out.
transition was so easy, straight out of the youth team,
Course got
straight up to
15,
right up to the national team, or he was in trials or senior team trials almost immediately. And so by the time he got his opportunity,
it was
the selectors had seen him, the players had seen him, so they knew. And it was himself and Ravi Rampal almost, together
they went through the
Yep. Doing this stuff. So it was expected for him to go for a quick single. He's going to have to hurry, and just a little bit late in getting started there was Jeremiah. And excellent work in the field, almost producing
executing a run out, and it was Gully.
Yep. And he might have just made it, but he was certainly late in starting.
I think that butterfly is in the stomach of getting off the mark at any level will obviously play on his mind, and Corbin just wanted to get that single off and ensure that he was off the mark. His captain was a bit late to respond. It's going to be James to continue. So he's pitched up, defensively played.
James is really putting in a very good shift here. He's thereabouts, just off stump, just outside the off stump. That one was probably the first one he lined closer to the leg stump. But even that was touching down on the wicket. So he's really doing a bit there. Karaya, obviously buoyed by that early wicket. We'll be hoping he could get a couple more before it's all said and done. James, though, would probably like to pick a pepper.
The saying goes, get a little bit jealous there and get amongst the wicket. But from a cricketer's perspective, Ruskin, I'd want to believe that I think one of the most elusive things is that when you are on 4 wickets and you're just on the brink of
Trying to
getting
get the
that,
fifth one.
the harder that you try, it just seems to stay so far away.
I don't know. It could be, but it really just depends. But you see, there are days you will be bowling really well and you have no luck at all.
Everything is just coming all the way.
You have no luck at all. You might get 1 wicket. That's edging, but dropping short. Again, I'm really impressed with James here. This line is such a, he's probing right there. And he hit the edge again. Just didn't carry. Give the batsman credit. He kind of dropped his hands on it. And it went down.
Indeed, but if you look at the replay there, Jeremiah had no foot movement at all. He's just putting
push
the
at
bat, prodding at it outside the line of the off stump.
This is really good going here. Now, I'm sure they're probably trying to sway the captain to maybe add another man in that cordon, but we'll see if he opts to do so. And again, it's shorter this time from James, but still the line is still very good. The end of another amazing over from him. And at the end of that over, it's 122 for 3.
We go back to that point where you said that Dinesh Ramdin and Ravi Rampal simultaneously went through the ranks of cricket.
They worked each other, they helped each other.
Indeed, and they came from the same village as well. But what is someone that I make mention to who I think was a class act and just really didn't fulfill to his true potential was Aaron Raghunath. He was part and parcel of that era as well.
Yeah.
He scored a lot of
hard. For a young fella.
And he was a little bit big on the bigger side, but
what is to call him? Chubby. Right. No, they say chubby. He's not chubby anymore. He's a full.
He's a massive
No,
But he still hits the ball a long way.
Yes, this is driven and a good field in there again. And the Trinidad and Tobago players are really moving along nicely in the field at the moment. All of them probably buoyed by the start that they've gotten here. Joshua James is leading the way here. But this is a good fielding ground as well. You know, you shouldn't have too many
Hiccups.
yeah, any bad bounces and things like that. Once you keep your eyes on the ball, you should be okay. And I know they work a lot on the outfield, so fielders shouldn't be overly worried. There will be occasions when you'll get a bad bounce or something will just hit and spin depending on how it comes off the bat. But in the main,
Played here by Jeremiah. He's looked that he knows what he's about here this afternoon.
yeah, the thing is, remember, he saw two batsmen get hundreds, you know, and he must be thinking in his mind, you know, I should, you know,
This is
spend
my
the
chance.
time, yeah. Of course, he's facing an attack that is probably a little more experienced than his own attack, and so he's going to have to work really hard to keep them out. It just went right through the legs of Carey there. And certainly when you're feeling against your own bowling, you don't want to give away runs at all. So he has nobody to blame.
A bit
but
fortuitous there.
Yes. Or maybe it was all part of the plan because now he has the right-hander to work against. So
To
maybe
pick up pepper, as you said.
maybe this might be the plan all along. Bring the right hand, get the right-hander on strike.
So see the long off coming in to the circle now for the right-hander. So it's bang on target here. Kara. It's just so unfortunate, you know. A lot of people as batsmen, they try to read from the hands, some read off the pitch as time has gone on. You know, you hear good ex-cricketers try to emulate and say that this is how they read. But as a batsman, as a right-hander, you would want to believe that he's playing for the googly more than the leg break, because it's tossed up nicely and driven through the cover region. There's protection there. They just managed to
He
go.
didn't hit it. Yeah, he didn't hit it very hard because that was given generous flight, but he threw it up wide of the off stump.
Inviting him.
Yeah. So you had to kind of fetch it outside. At the end of the over, 124 for 3 now. Or is it 125? 125 for 3. There was a single off that last ball. And so again, 21 each to Evelyn and Henry. And then, of course, we just had 20 from Paris. So those are the 3 men out. And the skipper still soldiering on here. They're going to need him to really, I don't want to say drop anchor, but his role is going to be crucial here. And he's going to have to bat for an extended period to deny Trinidad and Tobago. And again, James continuing here. I'm sure Brian Charles must be happy that James isn't giving him too many headaches. If we're giving him headaches at all,
It's good headaches.
good headaches, you know.
So some news coming to hand. You see a high-scoring game between the Guyana Happy Eagles and the Barbados Pride. Barbados batting first and getting 346, and Guyana Happy Eagles in reply 382. So Barbados is the second time at the crease, are currently 62 for 3. So some big scores coming in there, Ruskin.
Yeah, well, and you know, you want to see that Jamaica also got a centurion, so you want to see players putting their hands up and, you know, going through, especially the players who would have played international cricket and coming down to play regional cricket. They must show that, you know, why they
bridge the gap.
Yeah, why they were selected at the top level, because this for them is a step down, and they must be the dominant ones. Okay, and right in behind it there is Corbin. I think this is going to be an important innings for him because, like I said, the rest of the batters are probably looking to him now to show them how it's done. what are the requirements to build an innings here now. So he's one who's going to have to lead by example. They're going to go for another quick single, and this one is well judged. Probably just a little bit late in taking off there, and the batsmen are able to complete it. Manik was probably just on his heels at that short mid-wicket or square leg position.
But give him the benefit of the doubt. He's the big quick in the team.
Yeah.
And give him the benefit of the doubt.
So it is, but yeah, it's about anticipation. Once the batsman is not making an aggressive shot, then your movement is to the ball as quickly as possible. Yep.
But we have seen the development of cricket from yesterday to now, where it is that teams bat 1 to 11, where it is that number 11s from the foregone is a walk in the park. You know,
Yep.
Batsmen, these number 11s, these fast bowlers are out and out batsmen as well, that they can dig out. This one he's driving to cover, straight to the fieldsman, no run.
Yeah, he went around the wicket now, Joshua. James. So he's probably just changing the angle here a bit. And I think they've decided they're going to take out one of the two slippers and put him at mid-wicket.
So it's a very interesting field somewhat. There's a backward square and a fine leg, so he's looking to probably double bluff, looking for the short delivery and go full. So that brings the end of the over. It's now 126 for 3 in 46 overs.
Yeah, so they continue to try to repair that early damage caused there by the dismissal of Paris. And but I'm sure Yannick and company would be hoping that they can continue to take wickets here. In fact, it's not very well. You see it from time to time, but most leg spinners tend to like to bowl from the bottom end because they get the benefit of the breeze that could help them with their drift away from the right-handers. But right now he's operating from the northern end, if you want to call it that. So the breeze, he still has the breeze. If anything, he's going to take it into the batsman, and can he turn it away from him? And it's slow turn, not prodigious spin by any means. And if you look at Corbin, he's trying to play him almost exclusively on the back foot. Yeah. Because he's trying to cover the spin, but he's not trying to overcommit on the front foot.
So given a bit more air here, just bringing him on the front foot. That's always a good look from a spinner. Bringing the batsman onto the front foot.
Now because he has a googly, the forward short leg is going to be important. And but I figure at some point they may want to consider a gully fieldsman, because Corbin, I think, is going to go hard at him sooner or later.
Not really seen any shot of real intent thus far from both batsmen, seen the loss of the early wicket. But as the saying goes, when in doubt, you always pull out the sweep.
Yeah, you know.
The much.
Yeah, that's it. That's a get out of jail shot. But I know if Corbin goes hard at one, it's probably going to go off a thick edge. And here he goes again, driving, but getting it through, getting it past the diving Mohammed there in covers, but just a one run. So Corbin is up to 5 now. 56 it is to Jeremiah. The left-hander is back on strike. The sun has left us again. So
He's playing a bit of cat and mouse game with us here. He's on the back foot punching this one. There's no run.
again, I suppose it's a common theme with most batsmen. When a bowler has the ability to turn the ball both ways, that you use the back foot more often, just to give yourself time to see what he's doing. And if you're coming forward at all, it's primarily to smother the spin, as is the case there from Jeremiah. He survives. It's 127 for 3 now after 47 overs.
So it looks to be a bowling change from the Southern. It's going to be
Brian Charles
Brian
himself.
Charles,
Yep.
captain, coming on.
Didn't really spin the ball much last night. I think the dew might have been a factor, but he has every opportunity here now to give the ball a nice little tweak.
He has done well over the years for the Red Force, picking up quite a number of wickets. It's rather unfortunate. His first real call-up for the West Indies,
Went the way it did. Yeah.
he wasn't given the opportunity, but I think that he's one of those players that are fringe, that have been knocking on the door for quite some time.
Yeah, like I said, like Yannick, he too was at that West Indies spinners camp, so I'm sure he too would have picked up
New things.
some things, and or just information, additional information, how to work batsmen out. I'll give you a joke of one top class spinner that I played with. Well, 2 of them. A nice delivery, nice line, and forcing Corbin to have to reach for it. I happened to play with 2 outstanding spinners. One was left-arm orthodox, and the other one was a right-arm off spinner. I mean, I played with Harold Joe as well, and Ganesh Mahabir also. But I speak of Pascal Roberts, who was left-arm orthodox, but he also could bowl medium pace as well. And you also had Jack Norega, the 9 for 95 man.
9 for
And
95.
and the thing with Jack Norega was that I remember one time we were playing, I think it was Harvard we were playing, and Jack ran up and bowled one bowler for that particular batsman. And
Jack the Ripper, as he was commonly called.
yep, and after that one ball, Jack just said, Ruskin, he just adjusted me at slip. Next ball, wicket. And that was kind of like par for the course with him and with Pascal. Passy would just run a bowl, one ball as a batsman. And wouldn't waste too many deliveries after that to get them out.
Turned into the onside for a comfortable single. Brings Jeremiah on strike. There's a name that I've heard a lot of in the Savannah cricket, where it is that Savannah produced so much legends. Prince Bartholomew.
Yeah, the Mukojambi. I was giving him a joke yesterday with the Mukojambi. He was at slip. He should never be at slip. He's not a good slipper at all. And somehow he ended up in slip. I don't know if he was tired, but talk about a great bowler. The over comes to an end 128 for 3. He would bowl all day if you give him a chance. But again, he's one of those bowlers who he had good economy. He could take wickets, but if he couldn't get a wicket, he wasn't going to leak runs. And he would just probe and probe and probe. And like I said, he could bowl all day if you ask him to. But he was such a hard trier that you kind of forgot the fact that he could also take wickets, because you get so used to seeing him just trotting in. When he finished bowl, you'll see a track where his footmarks are. That should tell you how much he'd bowl and how often he'd run.
But Ruskin, from a perspective of a player, how has been the transition that you've seen, that you played majority of your cricket at the Queen's Park Savannah on that Martin? Turfs was a few and far between back then, right?
Yeah, we had turf wickets, so we kind of transitioned, one to the other. I'll show you how that was, because you remember we played when I played, we had Ganesh, Raja, Prakash, a lot of Harold Joe. We all played youth cricket together, and Colin Murray and some of the others. But remember, when you're playing youth cricket or you're playing colleges league, most of the colleges league games were played on turf. So you'll be playing on turf there, but you play club cricket to a large extent on matting. But then when you came to Central, for example, like you play Wanderers, there'd be a turf wicket at Gilbert Park. But if you're going to play Presal, back then Presal's wicket was a Martin wicket,
Okay.
the one close to the highway, that small little ground there. That was a Martin wicket back then. But if you come
Opposite the
further
roti
south,
shop.
yeah. But if you come further south, all the wickets were
Were turf.
turf wickets. So you had to do. You go to the Arima Velodrome, that was a turf wicket. Princess Royal Park, and other areas, UE, turf wicket at UE. So you had those. Honeymoon Park, I'm trying to remember how we did it. Was Martin, and then it transitioned to turf. Up at up at Hillview College there. And then of course UE was a turf wicket. The Sir Frank Royal Park. But UE did have a Martin wicket to the front. The one in the back, which we all know, UE Spec.
And it's closer
Right,
to
but there was one
closer to the
closer to
tunnel.
the front, yeah. That one is a Martin wicket, or was a Martin wicket. I'm not sure what it is now. We played a lot of youth cricket on that. Westall League. It's a good delivery, and there's appeal for stumping. Not out, says the umpire. But again, a wonderful delivery there. Just missed the outside edge.
It's a gem of a delivery, but it was a good take by Gomez there. Sharp take indeed. So an important passage of play here for Red Force, looking to come out on top in the early exchanges of today's proceedings. Carrier leading the front.
And now he's getting good purchase. Look at how much he ripped that one. It was a bit shorter, but more turn, because he's probably now a little more comfortable and a little more relaxed with what he's doing. So it's going to be interesting to see how he handles the workload coming up. 128 for 3 at the end of what was a maiden over from Korea.
So did you had the opportunity to play with the likes of Claude Phillip and Bernard Julian?
Bernard played with me at Paragon. Claude Phillip played at Crompton and at Harvard.
See, so I have a fair cricketing knowledge of the Savannah.
So Claudie could bat whole day if we give him a chance. Cutting at one and not getting contact, flirting out there. Brian Charles. There's nobody back on the offside, so obviously Jeremiah feels once he breaks the inner ring, he can get some runs. But Claude Phillip was one of those. Then he had Frank Sorzano, who was another one who probably still playing cricket up there in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
And this one, he's trying to pull it through, and now did it hit the fielder? That is the big question, but he couldn't get, Cooper couldn't get back and catch it before it hit the ground. I think it hit him flush, and then where did it go? He was trying to get to it, and he couldn't hold on to it. That would have been a spectacular catch. Again, more purchase now. So all of a sudden, the ball starts to spin.
See Cooper there going down in anguish. Not too sure if it's for the pain or for dropping the catch.
Probably would have liked to have held on to that. There's another beauty.
Jaffa. Brian Charles in the midst of a good spell. Yeah, bounce and turn, as you say. See the replay going high up. Dream of spinning delivery.
Yeah, those are the kind of deliveries that it looks good. Very few times do they actually get wickets because they're doing so much. Beating everything. And this time bringing this one in with the arm a little bit more. So he's really mixing it up now, Brian Charles. To end another maiden over. So runs hard to come by at the moment. 128 for 3 at the end of the over.
So 2 consecutive maidens there. So applying some pressure on the combined colleges and campuses. Batsman here. Captain is going to have to put his hand up and lead from the front is Joan Jeremiah.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting to see how Corbin approaches this, because he is probably going to have to do the heavy lifting while everybody else bat around him. So Corbin is going to have to, I don't want to say take risks, but he may feel that he has to do the bulk of the scoring here.
And batting is normal vein.
Yep. And that is, that could open him up as well to giving chances. There's another peach. All of a sudden, the ball starts to spin, and spin, big spin. We saw it from Correa's previous over, and we saw it from Brian Charles's previous over as well. So things starting to happen here now. Would like to see him maybe bring in another close infielder as well, if it's going to spin that much. Don't wait until the ball, goes off the bat of the pad officially, and then you try to bring the fielder in. You put the fielder there for precisely that. Maybe a silly mid-off, or even, like I said, a gully, just to keep the pressure on, force Corbin to do something rash. Here he goes, trying to drive, big drive, trying to go through the offside, and it ends up at fine leg. So the spin, taking the ball to a suggestion that it was the googly that hit the under edge and went behind him. So Correa creating some problems here.
So the left-right combination is going to throw him off a little bit.
Yeah, he has to be clear in his mind, what the plan is, to whom. And this is his shirt, his towel fell off, his rag fell out of his pocket to the batsman.
Pulling away at the last minute.
To his credit, he hit the stump.
But it's a rare sighting that towel during the day, no dew on offer here just yet.
But I think since last night, because of the dew, everybody would probably
have that pocket.
Have a towel or have it in their pocket or on their person somehow. Correa had his in his back pocket or in his trousers to the back, and it fell off while he was running in. So the batsman was well within his right to pull away. So this could be a quiet period, or it could be a very exciting period. Because if they lose wickets, and the custom is that they will lose wicket in bunches.
So it's the first run in some 15 deliveries. So the application here from these two batsmen.
It's another peach of a delivery. They're going right through. A nice bounce as well for a good take for Gomez. Antonio Gomez getting his debut. He got his cap a couple of days ago. I'm sure he was happy about that, as did Joshua James. Correa taking his time, not in any rush. And he's pitching, he's giving the ball a nice little tweak there, and encouraging the batsman to want to come and drive him. And we'll see if they have success with it. It's the end of the over, and it's 129 now for 3.
So we see the scorecard here. Evelyn with 21, Henry with 21, and Paris with 20. So some maintenance work being done to the coveted Brian Lara Stadium. See those guys with a bird's eye view there, Ruskin.
So they're obviously doing some cleaning. And as you say, bird's eye, we know birds love to live in those areas, so they're probably just trying to maybe spray the areas. One, get them out, but at the same time also apply whatever protective, I don't want to say a paint, but some kind of an adhesive or something that will deter the birds and at the same time protect the metal.
Good stuff there.
Very sharp in that forward short leg position. So for Scooper, had a good knock, 80, put on 139 for the first wicket. with his partner in crime, Vikash Mohan, who made 66. They really batted well together.
Two very stylish right-handers.
And then, of course, Jid Guli and Mohammed are the ones who went on to get the hundreds. But those two look set for hundreds. Unfortunately, neither one of them got to the coveted triple figures. But they more than laid a solid foundation for Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force. 139 runs. And this is after they were put into bat.
Mm-hmm. So that man on screen, Jeremiah, will be paying a lot of attention to that decision.
Yep, asking some questions. And here again is the turn and the bounce from this time. We saw it from Yannick Correa from this end. Now we've seen it from Brian Charles at the other end.
Big ball at you, bro.
Always going to be interesting to see what happens, but every time you get an opportunity to free arms, you have to take advantage. And this was a case in point here.
For good-looking runs,
Yep.
a bit shorter in length there was Charles. Getting back on the back foot was Jeremiah and punching through that vacant cover region. Just the second boundary of today's proceedings, so that will do him the world of good. Confidence level will definitely raise.
Charles was way too short there.
A bit fuller on this occasion. So it's been a mixed bag here, so to speak. Some have done and some have turned prodigiously. Some have stayed a little bit flat. So all in all, it's a good over indeed. It brings the end of the 52nd over. It's now 134 for 3.
Yeah, 5 runs coming from that over. And Jeremiah, of course, continues to shape well. And he's carrying the fight to the Red Force. He's on 60. His partner in crime at the moment, it's Kyle Corbin, who is on 9. He's been stuck on 9 for some time now, but he's playing his part, not getting too many freebies to hit.
I know we were speaking about the captain and his thinking cap. It's such a pleasant surprise to have 2 out-and-out batsmen who can be considered spinners in Vikash Mohan and Jet Guli as well.
And so when it's in the air, it's just bunks in, probably just coming off the pad. I don't think there was bat there. All the hands went up. Yeah, probably bouncing off the pad and just looping.
Animated Cooper shot like there.
Again, they're just trying to not force the issue too much, but having to try to milk the bowling as best as they possibly can. And whenever you get an opportunity to score, you try to score. We see that a lot in the women's game. They don't hit many boundaries, but they do a lot of running between the wickets, 1s and 2s. Again, right back on the back foot there, giving himself every opportunity to see what happens once the ball pitches.
In comparison to his mentor in Devon Smith scored a bulk of his runs through the backward point region.
Yep.
He was very good at the cut shot, and as the saying goes, when he go hard. Not seen that type of temperament from Jeremiah thus far.
This one's looping up, and that might have been 2 songs there, but the hands go up on the head. So So again, I think they're going to have to.
So the man Pedro Collins there.
You're going to do an attack, do something, put a little more pressure on the batsman. See if you can get him to do something rash. This one is driven. That's driven beautifully, and certainly he was trying his best to pierce that gap there, but he can't get it through. But you could see Correa just inviting the drive, pleading with him to come out on the front foot and drive the ball.
Trying to make something happen.
If he could hit the edge or probably get it between bat and pad. And he's again on the back foot this time, and then having to make another quick adjustment to keep that one out of his stumps. It's the end of the over, 135 for 3 at the end of it.
So a bit of cloud cover coming over the ground here at the Brian Cricket Academy. Doesn't cause much interruptions.
Yeah, we've been dealing with that all the time. We had a really nice day yesterday. I can't remember if we had much. We did brought the covers on during the break at one time, but they took it off quite quickly. It's the night before that we had the cat and mouse. Here's a short ball pulled away, but there is cover out in the deep. So Corbin quickly onto the back foot. As he is very comfortable doing that, playing off the back foot, waiting for the ball to spin, and then helping it down behind square.
This one was well left by Jeremiah.
So this is where I think Jeremiah has to be careful, because the ball is spinning.
This one's vividly lying down the leg side. No shot on offer there.
Hitting the pad, and they had ample time to take one, but because he wasn't playing a shot.
That's one chance against the spin, bro. Swap that would have been 4, bro.
Gets the edge, and again, just dropping right there in front of them. Can't get under it, Vikash Mohan. And again, another good delivery from Brian Charles.
Doing all the hard work there, just unable to get on. That one was Vikash Mohan. What a good delivery by Charles. So he's bringing him on the front foot.
He's really in the middle of a wonderful spell here. He's really asking questions of the batsmen, both of them. And when in doubt, play back. We're seeing that here a lot from Jeremiah and Corbin to a lesser extent. 136 for 3 after 54 was.
See some warming up by the other bowlers in this team. You see Carrier looks to be gearing up to have a spell. In some other cricketing news, you see India wrapping up the series against England.
India started badly in that game. They lost 3 wickets in 1 over. But he was on a hat-trick.
Shakib Mahmood coming into the team and really putting his hand up.
So how much did India eventually get?
India got 181 for 9 with
There was
Shivam
72 for 4.
with Shivam
Up to
Dubey and
10
Hardik
overs.
Pandya.
Yep.
The all out and out all rounder in Hardik Pandya getting 53.
That one kept a bit low now, so the wicket starting to show signs of wear and tear here, uneven bounce, and turn.
England in reply, falling short by some 14 runs. No real score of mention other than Harry Brook getting 51.
So Jason Mohammed showing that he's full of energy there, running and sliding to cut that one off. Didn't really need to, the batsman went running, but he would not have known that. So Correa, I still say he needs another close-in catcher there in that slip cordon or that silly point, just to put pressure on the batsman. And this is a good bit of tumbling save there, but well run. And of course, James again showing his capabilities in the field.
The big unit getting down there. Unable to stop the run. See, the cloud cover is getting a bit heavier.
Yeah, because we have the build up to the left of us, to the east. It's normally the area where the rains will come from.
So speaking of other cricket, we see our very own Nicholas Puran is currently on 52 in the ILT20 in Abu Dhabi. To Mumbai Emirates in pursuit of 173, currently 158 for 5, needing 16 from 8 deliveries. He's had a mixed bag in that tournament. He's started off well, scored some runs.
Well, the way he bats, sometimes you could understand that, because sometimes it's
Hell for
all
leather.
or nothing.
Yeah.
You know, it's all or nothing with him. There's no middle ground. Either I get you or you get me. And some days it works, and other days it doesn't. And then you want to chastise him. But then he comes and he plays a gem of an innings. And
At
you
the right
forget all
time.
of that. Yep. Here's this again. And that delivery came back at him. There's a loud appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Height, probably. More than anything else. But Correa was convinced that he had his man. As that leg break came back big at him. And you look at it again. Look at how much turn here. The batsman's shoulder down. He doesn't play a shot at all. The ball came right back at him. Brushed the pad, the tie rather.
A little bit, doing a bit too much.
High, might be height more than anything else there. So the players will get an opportunity to get a breather as the over, another splendid over, comes to an end. It's 137 for 3 at the end of it. Jeremiah, who had his heart in his hand there, is on 60, and Corbin is 12. We'll take a break as the players get some refreshments. Well, welcome back. Here, the players just got some refreshment, so they're making their way back out in the middle. The two batsmen are already out there, probably anxious to get on with things. This has been a bit of a slow burn for them. They've had to fight for everything they've gotten, so which is the way it should be. But they already faced up to a very good opening burst from Joshua James and Yannick Correa, and now James has given way, and the captain Brian Charles has taken over, and he too has been pretty consistent. He bowled one or two short balls that were punished, but outside of that,
Start over, boys.
his line has been good, and he's been able to get some spin as well.
Come back, we'll come back,
So
we'll
he
come
does
back
have
up.
a forward short leg, and he has a short mid wicket, almost in line with the batsman. And this one is tickled for another comfortable single.
Brings Jeremiah back on strike. He had a scare the last delivery he faced.
Yeah, his shoulder arms, and bat is nowhere near the ball, and the ball turns. I think height, maybe contact just outside
Outside
of
the line. Was adjudicated not out. So you see, chances being created is the most important.
You know, the sun is trying to peep out at us again. Here he is hitting this in the air, and he's out caught. Well. He just seemed to pick out Yannick Correa there at that backward point position and almost playing bat and catch with him, see if he could catch this, and he hit it straight at him. So Brian Charles picks a pepper, and he goes for 60.
A relatively short delivery, getting back on the back foot and looking to punch this one and score through the offside was Jeremiah, not making sufficient contact, and a good catch there by Yannick Correa. So as the saying goes, lightning doesn't strike in the same place twice. 2 and 2.
138 for 4 now. So they have to be careful here because Corbin, as I was suggesting to you, he had to probably do most of the scoring. But he's having his difficulties
So now
as well.
definitely
Yeah.
rules will change.
Yep.
See this one again. Right arm round the wicket. Bit short. Played uppishly.
Yeah. If you notice, if the, I don't know if Jason can show that again, but if you notice, look at when he makes contact. Watch at where his head is. His whole body is almost like a sort of contortion. Just watch at his head. It's almost like his head is
His
tilted.
balance is definitely
Yeah,
off.
he's not in the ideal position. Right? He goes forward first, and then look at how far out his legs are. His right leg is. So he's pulling away from the shot. He's not going into the shot. He's pulling away and almost reaching the ball, fetching the ball outside there, and then he literally gifted a wicket. Now we have a delay here. The new batsman, maybe is the timing that he should have been out there. Yep. And it's taken him a while to get his gear together there, Richards, Demario Richards. And the other batsman, which I suppose is the custom, you don't want him to get off the field
Without you getting on.
you getting on. And you know now in cricket they have like is it a 1 minute rule where you have to be out there. Yeah, so Richards was flirting with danger there.
So it's just a second delivery after the drinks break.
Yeah, it works every time.
So we see another slip being employed here by Brian Charles.
Yeah, he has to apply pressure. Yeah, and I think he should do this for Correa as well. Give them that support and you know, see if you could create chances. Like you said, they are creating chances. The ball just been dropping short. Yeah, reaching for that one there. He certainly hasn't been settled. He had to rush out there to get there.
So you'd want to believe that he'll be targeting the pads here, looking for that one sliding back in.
He could go right across him. He could turn him around.
See the deep backward square coming into the circle as well. So a bit of aggression shown here by the Red Forces. This one is a beauty.
Yep. And that one actually passed over the off stump.
Boy, oh boy, that is a gem of a delivery there by Brian Charles. See the rotation and the revs on the ball there.
Yeah, the ball passed over the stump. It just jumped over the off stump.
Had that disturbed the furniture, that would have been a gem. So again, it's a little bit shorter in length. He's getting back on the back foot and comfortably playing on.
One spin. Don't know if you can come forward now. One spin. That dog created already, Brian.
So it's again going past the outside line of the off stump.
So it ended up a successful over from Brian Charles and Trinidad and Tobago. Just the one run in it, and a wicket for Brian Charles. So 138 now for 4, and they still have a long way to go. Remember, the target is 504. Scored by Trinidad and Tobago, 504 for 6 declared. And of that, 176 belonged to the evergreen Jason Mohammed, 121 to Jid Cooley, and 80 to Cephas Cooper, while Vikash Mohan chipped in with 66. So 4 big innings in that one innings for Trinidad and Tobago. When you consider Joshua James didn't even get a look in to come and swing his bat.
It's going to be Karaya to continue. So it's a bit short outside the line of the off stump and played out to the cover fieldsman just for a comfortable single.
Yeah, Kyle Corbin has to be, he must want to
Anger the innings now.
yeah, to take the bulk of the strike as well. Cannot allow the other batsmen to come and go without him having some kind of a say. So he has to, as they say, shepherd the innings the rest of the way. It's a tall order because with the ball spinning, sometimes all it might take is one delivery. So even if you face 5 and you give 1,
It's going to put you under pressure.
you're still under pressure.
Let's not forget the mammoth total set by the Trinidad Red Force.
The scoreboard pressure is very real as well. But it's really about the each way turn here of Karaya. Another good delivery there. Richards seemed very calm, very relaxed playing that one, just standing up. Didn't really go forward to try to get out to it. I'm sure Karaya is, and this is one of the things they spoke about at the camp. They were learning about how to work out batsmen more than anything else.
There are very few players that pick up so quickly and make the necessary adjustments to prize out a wicket.
Yeah. How you do set up batsmen? How do you get them to do what you want them to do? You know, and location is the key. It's how you could locate the ball, where you locate the ball.
I think one person that I could put my hands on.
It's well played again, but can't score.
Straight to the fieldsman. One person that I could definitely put my hands on that picks up a batsman's weak point very quickly is the local legend. They call him the Prince of Patna, Anil Kanhai, the Merry Boy stalwart.
Yep. Scored quite a few runs as well.
Has a double 100 at regional level for West Indies B in the National Cricket Centre against Trinidad and Tobago. I remember one particular shot in that innings. He slug swept Ahmed Jagannath onto the highway. National Cricket Centre was not bad around his head.
Yeah. There's David Furlong. Very close. David and I played youth cricket together. And but I also played with his father at Maple. They take another quick single. The Furlong brothers. Back then, Trinidad and Tobago had a number of brothers who would have played together or close together, I should say. Over comes to an end, 141 for 4, because they were the Furlong brothers. They had Carl, Kenny, and Harmon. Harmon was the only one who went on to play for the West Indies.
Mhm.
But Carl and Kenny, so all three of them played for Trinidad,
Trinidad.
and then of course David also went on to play for Trinidad, started with the U team, played for Queen's Park, and then got a look in for the national team. But then, you had the Gomes brothers. So you had Sheldon and Larry, which were the two more popular ones. But there were other Gomes brothers who were very talented as well. Randy Gomes played a lot of youth cricket as well. In fact, when we went to Antigua, after the West Hall League, a representative team from that league went to a tour of Antigua. There's another good delivery from Brian Charles from around the wicket.
A bit quicker through the air.
And Randy Gomes had the distinction of dismissing the great Sir Vivian Richards. And that was,
So it was a prize scalp.
yep. But it just shows you how talented he was as a youth cricketer. And then they had another brother who was a very good tennis player. So
Sporting family.
yeah, Gregory Gomes, and so they were. And then there were other brothers as well in and around the game. Of course, Ranji and Nirmal, Nanan, and one or two others that used to perform with distinction at a high level.
Good piece of fielding. Vikash Mohan quick out of the blocks there and sliding around.
Yeah, because Trinidad and Tobago right now, they know if they pick up another wicket or two, especially if they get rid of Corbin.
They smell blood.
Yep, they could open the floodgates for them. Quicker delivery again. Yeah, so Brian Charles really mixing it up here quite nicely. CCC getting a thorough examination here now. It's a delivery again, just going past the legs of the batsman and missing the stump, but not by much. So it's all happening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But at the end of that over, it's another maiden 141 for 4.
CCC. CCC looking to forge a formidable partnership here. Take them. Score is 141 for 4.
Yeah, everybody who comes to the wicket now must be thinking, of making some kind of a contribution with the bat. If you can, even if you don't get a really big score, but any kind of score is going to help the cause here, and that's how they have to look at it. They're behind by 363 runs. For all intents and purposes, you think, forget that, just bat.
As long as
you can, and just try to, keep rotating strike.
Here's
Here's another chance ball coming off the bat, a little bit uppishly here, pushing at it, and Richards living dangerously. Would have been a splendid catch by Cooper. Had been able to hold that. Those have to stick, by the way. Yeah. Down the wicket he goes, and so he's really having a hard time here. Now there is a long one, so he has to be mindful of trying to go the aerial route.
This is the first real sign of intent.
Yep.
Anybody using their feet.
And with the ball turning, that could be a risky proposition because you could actually run past one. And well played in the end, but again, right back on the stumps, allowing the ball to turn before he decides to make a shot. 142 now for the loss of 4. There's more cricket with the Australian women and the English women, that test match. They already wrapped up the Ashes, Australia, 12 points to no points, one days and T20s. And now they're looking to, they bowled out England cheaply, and they've already doubled their score. And they do have a player who's 98 not out overnight, Mooney.
Bet Mooney. And some other women's cricket, India booked their spot in the final of the women's under 19.
There's another forceful drive. I think, is it South Africa who beat Australia to book their place in the final? But that would have been a bit of an upset there. The Australian women,
Highly fancied.
Yep. They do have a young fast bowler that I'm sure we're going to be hearing a lot of. Yes, I know it takes the edge, but it went down. Well. I don't think either the slip or the wicketkeeper knew much about that one. That ball hit the edge and it just stayed down. Normally that will kind of go up, but it went down and it went down quickly. Brian Charles just...
No chance of getting that one. A fortuitous boundary there. Corbin is going to take it how it comes.
Yeah, he has to. I'm sure Brian Charles must be thinking if he's going to make that shot, should really bring the gully in just like he did for himself. Should give Correa that same support. Now look at how wide he is at first slip. He probably needs to take a step to the left. Now it might when he lines up, it might look as if he's too straight. But when the wicketkeeper moves, especially when the ball is pitched, the wicketkeeper tend to move with the line of the ball.
Where it's pitched. Yeah.
And then you see the gap between first slip and the keeper. So right now he's very wide there. He probably should come a step to his left as well and plug that gap. Yes, this one now hit away nicely. There's big acreage out there. That's going to be 4 runs. And so fighting fire with fire, Corbin.
So back-to-back boundaries there. This one a little bit more convincing. Shortest delivery, getting on top of this one and pulling through the vacant mid-wicket region was Corbin.
Yeah, Correa having his figures spoiled there. But the 150 is on the board. It's 150 for 4 now after 59 overs. But again, I don't think Trinidad and Tobago worried about the scores. For them, it's about taking wickets here. They're trying to get 20. They have 4 so far. They need another 16. And Brian Charles will tell you he need them now. And so he does have the slip and the gully for the left hand up. Richards still on 2. Demario Richards. Here's another delivery, squares him up. You know, this is, well, I almost have to say it's like a risky business when you bowl without a backward square, because if he sweeps at all, even if he
gets just a piece of it.
Yeah. But right now, Charles is operating outside the off stump, showing good control. He will have to be because, like I said, he doesn't have any protection behind square. So really just plugging away there, dropped on a nice line and a good length. And
he's one of your conventional off spinners. Not much variations. You see that you have the knuckleball and so on. Sticking to the basics, similarly like Nathan Lyon. Nice upright action is Brian Charles.
yeah, you look at the angles, he's almost like a straight line when he delivers the ball.
Textbook.
Doing very well, because now in the modern day spinners, you see all kind of peculiar actions with all kind of variations. The angles are different. It's like for the people trying to work it away behind square. Like I said, no protection out there. So luckily for Brian Charles, he missed it. Yep. To end the over, another maiden over. 150 for 4, 150 on the board.
It's going to be Correa to continue what may or may not be his last over.
Actually, like I said, but here's the challenge now. Brian Charles is bowling very well from that bottom end. Because I'm thinking if he switches in Correa and see if he could do some damage up at this end here, coming towards this end, but he'll persist with the top end. Corbin threatens to blast it through the outside, but then decides against it. Correa just teasing him outside there. Let's see what he does here now. Still just a one slip under forward short leg. This one is driven nicely, but there is cover out in the deep. So a well set field, and batsmen having to just take what the bowler gives them and not try to force the issue too much. .151 now for the loss of 4 wickets. Richards, who's on 2. And this delivery comes right through him, and it's bowled him. It goes right through the gate. And Correa certainly put his hands up here for Trinidad and Tobago, and picks up another pepper. So that's 5 down now. And Richards, who never settled, he was late cutting out there, and the very first ball he faced, he basically threw the bat at the wide, and he's never really settled after that. Just look at this, a peach of a delivery. Classic leg break. Touching down just outside the off stump, and
looking for that expansive drive, not making any contact. So it's a worrisome sight here for the CCC faithful. It's going to be Mansing, Abijay Mansing, to the crease now. You see that replay again. Spinning back through the gate. Richards had no answer for that one. Pays the ultimate price and heads back to the pavilion. So Trinidad and Tobago with some punches early on here.
Well, they had 2 wickets overnight, and the key, of course, for them would have been to get some early wickets in the first session, and they're well on their way here. They have 3 already. I'm sure they'll love to pick up another one, or possibly 2. There are 2 quote-unquote West Indian spinners operating in tandem. And they're both enjoying a little success as well, with Charles taking the prize wicket of Captain Jeremiah. So 1 captain accounting for his opposite number. Here's Correa now. What can he do for Mansing? Still, they don't have the gully fielder in there.
This one is down the leg side. Good take there by Gomez.
Yeah, that's a googly, but badly lined. Yeah, I really think they need to consider bringing another close-in catcher, just to make the batsman think that the ball is doing
so much more.
Yeah, more than it really is.
Create that sense of uncomfortableness. So his expansive drive, his second delivery, he's making his intentions clear here, Ruskin.
Yep. Correa just teasing him with a nice generous flight. But when he flights it like that, he's hanging it wide, so you have to fetch it.
So Mansing, being a leg spinner himself, will really not appreciate if Carrier picks up his wicket.
Yeah, 151 for 5 at the end of the over. Yeah, certainly right, because you would think he could
Navigate his way.
know exactly what the bowler is trying to do. But so far so good for Correa and company. So Charles it is who's going to continue. He's bowled well. So far Correa has 2 for 18 from 11. Corbin is quietly inched up to 20 from 53 deliveries. And Charles has 1 for 21 from his 12 overs. As he starts over number 13.
2 boundaries in Corbin's 20. One very fortuitous going through the slip region. And one a good shot through mid wicket. So he will want to build on this. It's a passage of play where you could definitely see Trinidad and Tobago has the upper hand, picking up 3 wickets in the first session. He's getting back and cracking this one through the backward point region. Is going to take a chase.
Yeah, that's 4 runs. It's a gift really. Short, wide, outside the off them. No protection really for that. And once you get it past that in the ring there, it's going to run down the hill.
So Corbin looks to be coming to his own here. Building in confidence after that shot.
Yep, you don't. You really gave him 4 runs there.
So you see Brian Charles right arm around the wicket to the right and the width. Short fine leg, short leg, straightish mid wicket and a mid wicket. So it's clear indication he's gonna attack the leg stump line going further away.
It's Corbin here. There is a backward square leg, so Corbin has to be mindful of that if he's going to play that one, maybe play the sweep shot. Has to try to keep it down. There's a short fine leg as well. Yes, the ball it's going there. Just another opportunity, and well, that one was a good effort, good reflex effort there on the part of Cooper.
That would have been a spectacular catch, but it would have been a mastermind plan had it worked out. It shows that he's really thinking this out, Brian Charles. A different modus operandi coming around the wicket. He's a big hoik. He's bowled him.
Well. Head in the air, as we say. He just had a big swipe at it, and Kyle Corbin goes to 24, and with him, a big chunk of CCC's hopes of at least narrowing the gap between the two teams. It's now 155 for 6.
Boy, oh boy, that was a big heave. Kyle Corbin, no patience at all. We've seen this happen before. Batsman giving the opposition a chance and leading to the demise, the ball after Ruskin.
Yeah, he didn't show any real patience there at all. Just
had a
wanted
big
to get
heave
on with thing, yeah. So 155 for 6. And with Corbin out of the way here now, you look at it again. He just, I'm not quite sure what he, well, I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to hit it, but he was trying to reach it from outside the off stump and trying to go right across it.
So it's almost premeditated somewhat.
So Jordan.
Akeem Jordan. With a bit of West Indies experience. I think this is probably the highest I've seen him bat at this level.
Well, he certainly want to put his hand up and see if he could get some runs. He bowled really well. Didn't have the kind of success that he wanted. Just 1 for 70, Akeem Jordan, from 29 overs. 7 of them were maidens. But he was thereabouts. When he got tired, he started to drift down that. He bowled a line at Muhammad that was middle and leg, everything. And he gave him a fair amount of trouble. It's another beautiful delivery coming out of the arms quite nicely from Correa. Really asking some questions here of these batsmen. Mansingh.
So he's into a marathon spell here, this being his 12th over on the trot. It's tossed up nicely, driven straight to the ever vibrant Caripé in the field.
Surprisingly, Caripé didn't seem like he knew how to stop that when he was attacking it so much. He probably overran it. But they couldn't get the single all the same. So bowling to his field here now is Correa. But doing the smart thing, he's giving the ball generous flight and really asking the batsman to just come onto that front foot and let's see if you can really drive it and how often can you do it properly. All he wants is one error. This time he's turning the googly down behind square. There are a couple runs on offer.
Welcome runs at this stage.
So again, Rani Correa showing his versatility here. He knows he can turn the ball both ways. And I think if there's any doubt about the googly, he just produced one. He lined it up badly, but I'm sure if he goes back to it, who knows? Not a powerful drive, but once again, Caripé is in the way. And you'd have to do the smart thing and respect Caripé's fielding ability and his arm. Here he is again. You could just see the hands going up. But he survives, and Mansingh, he remains on 2. Jordan is yet to score. It's 157 for 6 now at the end of the over.
See a youngster in the distance there. Enjoying the space that the Brian Lara Cricket Academy has on offer.
There are a couple of bikers up there, in fact, a number of them. And what happens here, the Cycling Federation uses this area for some of their outdoor road events, and a lot of these youngsters come here, so they're getting a feel for the track. You know, they have to do their time trials on the road like this here, but this is safe because there aren't many vehicles about the place, so I think parents and coaches will be happy to bring them and let them utilize this. But this is a good opportunity for these youngsters to come and get a feel so that when they come here maybe Sunday morning, they know what it's like, where the danger spots are.
So Hakeem Jordan has his work cut out for him here. Needs to forge a partnership with Mansingh.
Has to be sensible as well. Yes, and out appeal for an LBW, not out, says the umpire. Again, bonks. And a little bit of turn.
I think they're doing too much, especially around the wicket.
Yeah, you could see him kind of caught on the crease there.
A bit of bat involved there as well.
And,
what a way to get off the mark. It's a reverse sweep from Hakeem Jordan.
Well executed as well.
He's not going to muck around. He's going to give you his full repertoire of shots, as mentioned before. This one was on the line of the leg stump. Well played in the end.
It was very well played, well executed. And it took some nerve for him to play that shot under these conditions. 6 wickets down, and you just lost one of your key men.
And you're yet to get off the mark as well.
He just decided, look, let me just show what I'm capable of. Because again, the modern day cricketer is really auditioning it
Indeed.
for, maybe a franchise or some of the team.
So much eyes on you.
Yep. He goes again, and they left the gap open for him, and he almost, he tried to repeat it, but he missed it.
As we are on that point, Ruskin.
Oh, another peach of a delivery goes right through him. I don't think he knew much about that one.
Flat of delivery.
Yeah,
So
the over comes to an end. It's 161 now for 6.
we have made mention previously that the Caribbean, West Indian cricketers has been deemed the calypso cricket, the flair, the style, the aggressive nature from yesteryear in the likes of Sir Vivian Richards, who has made this type of cricket formidable with the Caribbean culture. We look at how Trinidad has produced some good cricketers who have done formidably well, doing the aggressive nature in the likes of William Perkins at a regional level. We look at the Sam Costas, debutant, being dropped after a good opening game. What's your general perspective on that aggressive nature at, let's just say, bringing it to this regional level?
Well, remember, some players, they have that natural inclination to want to attack fast bowlers, and it's not just, as we say, the T20 cricket or anything like that. Some batsmen are just of the mindset that they could probably get away with a lot more when the ball is new and the field restrictions are there. Now, when you do it in Test cricket, you're really begging the issue. However, just like in other forms of cricket, in Test cricket, most fast bowlers tend to operate with 2 or 3 slips and a gully. So it means that there will be limited
Protection.
fielders out in the deep, and that's where some batsmen tend to want to, cash in. Let's call it that. Here's another different, just bouncing right again.
But brilliantly stopped there by Brian Charles. He's an excellent fielder in that split region.
I still say he needs company in there, because the ball is just doing enough to want to hit that, just to kiss the edge. I'm saying under the gun here now. And, very watchful indeed. Plays that, got right out to that one, smothered the spin.
Defensively and no run. I remember recently concluded CPL when Brian Charles was brought into the squad. In the playoff game, he dropped a catch and caught an airful, but he's a very good fieldsman nonetheless.
Well bowled again from. There will be days like those, and I remember I dropped a tea or coffee one time. In my defense, I was ill, and I didn't really want to play, but they kind of pleaded with me to play, and I was real congested and stuffy. I could barely stand up, and he hit this ball straight at me. There's another one almost sneaking through there. That was the googly, and you could see the hand going up as Correa really weaving a web here and causing real problem. 2 for 20 for him. 65 overs completed. It's 161 now for 6. And I remember Theo Coffey was batting. This was a north-south game, and Theo Coffey, strong and powerful, and he pulled a short ball. It might have been from Ganesh Mahabir, so that thing was traveling, coming straight at me at mid-wicket. And I tried to cup it here, and it hit and it burst through. This thing fell behind me, And
You
I
probably
think he went on
received
to make 100.
you probably received some choice words.
Yeah, Ganesh was not too happy.
Was Richard Smith part of that team?
No. Well, no, Richard. I never played with Richard Smith.
Okay.
Richard came after us.
Thought he would have filtered in as a youngster.
No, we would have played with he played with Brian Lara. in the main. Richard was there with the Carews and the Laras and some of the others. He was coming in with Greg Gomez. Gregory was with me, but the other Gomez and the Richard says a push again. So things are really happening now. The batsmen are having difficulty negotiating the spinning ball.
Like Brian Charles, in the midst of the spell, has left the backward point region open for Jordan to play that attempted reverse again, and he goes again.
He goes again, and this time, where did the ball come off of? That's the thing. It was caught by Cooper, but I don't think it hit the bat. It probably hit the pad and ballooned in the air, but he's living dangerously here. Yeah, probably the elbow or the shoulder or something. And again, he's
caught in a bit of monkey pants there.
He's trying to score, but having a hard time. Giving himself some room here. This is a good shot. And it might get to the boundary. No, it doesn't. So that's good cricket out there. Doing very, very well indeed. And pulling the ball back to limit it to just the 2 runs.
So good legs there by Tion Webster.
Yep. Had to cover a lot of ground.
Young man hailing from Santa Cruz region in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, Santa Cruz has produced some
a lot of cricketers
standing
indeed.
cricketers. The 2 Bravos, Lara, Bobby Cherry Horse.
I know Lincoln Roberts resided there for some time as well. He played for Santa Cruz as well.
He came from Tobago, yeah. But you know, the over comes in at 164 for 6. I think Pascal Roberts was from there. Run moved to Santa Cruz, Ron Faria. Sozano is a Santa Cruz boy. And there are others. There are a couple others as well who, of course, Brian's brother, Eustace, Robert Eustace. Also from the Santa Cruz area. Tony Gray. Would tell you all these from Bartaya, but I think he resides in Santa Cruz now. So T. Gray, some up there. And 1 or 2 others who I can think of off the top of my head. The names just don't come to mind now, but they would have been, you know, we used to have this Prime Minister's Best Village teams. They would have been able to produce a formidable team to play in those, because you play for where you lived in that tournament. And those are fun tournaments to play because you weren't under pressure. You know, you just played and had fun.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
It's going to be Karia to continue into his 14th over now.
This has been a good spell, good marathon spell from him.
But these are the things that you look forward to from your primary spinner. Have long spells, you know, that they enjoy.
And I still say he's bowling from the wrong end. I'd really like to see him bowl from the southern end, because I think he would get that drift. And again, not knowing which way the ball is spinning, and that could create a little bit of a problem there for Hakeem Jordan. He's a big man, so he has to kind of unravel himself to make an attacking shot. Once he crouches over the bat, it then becomes a big process to get going. And here he is again going at it, and
pulled him.
Really, he might have dragged it on as well. That was a googly pitching just outside the off stump, and he went for the big swash again and pays the ultimate price once more. Here's Correa. Look at how it pitches and turns back to him. And actually, no, he missed it, and it just hit the off stump on the way through. So he goes for 7, and Correa has wicket number 3. 3 for 20. He's in his 14th over.
So boy, oh boy, can clearly see the CCC outfit He's in a spot of bother this time.
So 164 for 7. Remember, they resumed this morning, or this afternoon after lunch at 1 o'clock at 114 for 2. So think about it now. They've added 50 runs, but they've lost 5 wickets. Yep. So it's been a bit of, I won't want to say a procession, but it's becoming such if they're not careful here.
No real formidable partnership.
Andre Bailey is the new batsman. So who it is going to stand up here and fight, just like the captain did early in the innings before he gave it away.
So the young Jamaican taking strike has not had much experience at this level. He would want to get a score of
any type of score, anything, somebody needs to
put their hand up.
Yeah, show some fight here.
So do you think at this point a bit of counteracting batting
There's
will be?
another one and that's another no ball. Well. Correa can't believe it. He's just put his hand on his hip and wondering.
But it's a case of double dose here again, Ruskin. It's the second time he has gotten a wicket and the ball after he has dished out a no ball.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why it is they're reluctant to crowd the batsman, put some more pressure on the batsman.
This is a long tail indeed.
And here's another one squirting away. They're going to get a comfortable single. He might even bring the forward short leg, bring him over on the offside if he wants to, or take the mid wicket and put the mid wicket at gully or the silly mid off or anywhere in that area, because that ball went down past the gully region. Well, finally they've decided, yes, they're going to bring another player in that slip region.
What's the good thing about it? It's two right-handers at the crease at this point in time.
Yep.
So not much adjustment will be required.
There's another one pitching and coming back in. There's appealing for it, but he was way outside the off stump. That's going to be difficult to get the LBW from there. But don't tell Correa that. He feels he'll get a wicket with every ball right now. That's how good he's bowling and how much he's feeling it.
His tails is up.
Yeah, it's good to see though, because it just suggests that he is in. Fitness has been an issue with him because he's been injured quite often, and he's missed out on a couple of occasions. But it's good to see him running in now and bowling as freely as he is. Big 35 on his back. And really digging it out there is Bailey.
Glad you made mention to that, Ruskin.
It's 167 for 7 at the end of the over.
As a sports enthusiast, over the years, you have grown used to or accustomed that certain numbers have become associated with certain players or type of players. Did you have a number that you used?
12. Well, I played a lot of football and I used 12 quite often. Almost
So it
at
was
every level I
Okay.
used 5. I used 12 rather. I did use 5 at one stage, but then they quickly changed it back to 12.
There's a lot of superstition behind numbers and stuff as well.
And I really didn't have a superstition. I just liked the number 12. It had no other significance for me. So again, Brian Charles continues. He's bowled very well so far. 2 for 32 from 15 overs as he starts his 13th over. He too is bowling a good spell. Really just putting a thorough examination, both of these spinners, on this CCC team. Yeah, and what I like is that they're not rushing it, the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. They're really just
Taking their time.
taking their time and wheeling away, and they're getting the results.
Putting together good bowling partnerships here.
And this was always going to be the strength of the Trinidad team when you have, this one is played away nicely. This is a good shot, making room, and it's not going to get to the boundary. They might consider a third, and they will get it as well.
Playing that one a bit late, leaning back, just guiding it through the vacant second slip region.
So Mansingh picks up 3 more. He goes to 5. And Bailey, who's on 2, will come on strike. 170 for 7.
Long strides forward, long strides forward. Love that. Good playing the game, man. Love that.
A little bit of a false start there for Brian Charles. Just as we were saying, he's taking his time. But maybe now, as they're closing in on the tea interval, the tea break. Remember, in the day-night games, they flip
Tea
the
is
breaks. Tea before dinner. So you'll take a 20-minute tea break at 3 o'clock, and then you'll then take the longer break, the 40-minute break later on, the dinner break later on. Whereas under normal circumstances, you'll be taking the lunch first and then the tea after. But that's the end of the over, and at the end of it, it remains 170 for 7. So there you see Jeremiah with 68, Corbin with 24, and Evelyn with 21. So again, the wickets that went down, yesterday was Damel Evelyn 21, Sadiq Henry 21, and today Paris went 119 for 3. He went for 20. 138 for 4 when Jeremiah left for 60. 151 for 5 when Richards went for 2. Here's another good delivery. Spinning ball, really creating some problems. So 151 for 5 when Richards went for 2, bowled by Karaya. And then wicket number 6, 4 runs later, 155 for 6 when Corbin went. And then a short while ago we just saw Jordan depart for 7. Nice generous flight there again. 164 for 7 when Jordan departed, bowled by Karaya.
Mansingh has looked with relative ease. He's gone about his business very workmanlike. No rash shots, just playing the ball on its line, on its merit.
And chopped away nicely, but just for a single. Now, again, I don't understand why why they don't persist with the gully. These are new batsmen, relatively, So now they decided they're going to bring him back in when Bailey is on strike. But I think for both batsmen, they could persist with that gully fieldsman.
He's
well
behind it.
Yep. So we have a nice cool period here, a little bit of cloud cover. So the sun is partially hidden. So I'm sure the players are enjoying this. Doesn't have a big breeze though. Normally the trees are swaying in the breeze. The apple trees, as we call them. Still trying to figure out where the apples are. And the badly lined there.
Good take again there by Gooms. I've been really impressed with his glove work. See him getting the nod over one Daniel Williams, who have been a fringe player for quite some time. With the departure of both first and second string wicketkeepers in Joshua De Silva and Amri Django.
Correa again, just allowing it to spin away outside the off stump. 171 for 7. And he might think he probably didn't get the batsman to play as much as he wanted to in that over, but he still has 3 for 24 now. It's 171 for 7 after 69 overs.
I want to think that Brian Charles, as good as things has been going, he should change it up a little bit, as the likes of Kari Pay, Jed Gully and Vikash Mohan, just to probably getting a couple overs for one of his main strike bowlers to get a little rest, a breathe off a couple overs.
Yeah, well, they're going to have a break, so I probably figure he would just go through to the break and give them that 20-minute break. Maybe when they come back, he might switch things around a little bit. I would still like him to bowl Correa from the southern end a little bit, just to see if it suits him at all. It's always something that the captains will be wrestling with, when to change bowlers, when to make adjustments.
And more so when you are a captain and you're a bowler yourself, probably adds a little bit more pressure.
And you're bowling well. So it's, you know, it's like, do I change this or do I just persist with this?
Don't want to look overly biased. So he's tuning away to the leg side, just no real impetus in it there.
Now, Cooper has to be very careful because there is a square leg, a deep square leg, and a short fine leg. So that's already 2 men behind, but now he's right on the crease. So he cannot afford to step over that at all before the ball is delivered.
Last baller, boys, they push her, last baller.
So as we get closer and closer to that break here on day 3. Yes, the referee that caused a little bit of, but he played it well. You have to give him credit, Mansingh. Yep.
Finding the gap there, Mansingh.
Came back for 2 runs quite quickly.
Jason Mohammed looks a bit bemused as to how that ball got through there, but nonetheless it brings an end to the over. It's now 173 for 7.
So I think they're going to have their tea break now. So they will be off for like 20 minutes. So it's 173 for 7. With 60 going to Jeremiah, 24 to Corbin. They were the principal run scorers so far. 21 to Henry and 20 to Paris. So we will take a break, and when we come back with the play after, or the middle session here on day 3 of this game. Combined campuses chasing the 504 for 6 declared by the Trinidad and Tobago team. CCC find themselves 173 for 7. They still trail by 331 runs. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Welcome back to the Banla Cricket Academy, where the CCC are up against it right now, already facing the daunting prospects of overhauling 504. They resumed at 114 this morning, but now they've slipped to 173 for 7. So they still have another 331 runs in arrears, if you know what I mean. They have some work to do here. And Abhijay Mansingh has shaped well for his 8 from 29 deliveries. Andrew Bailey has just joined him, 2 from 9. But they're going to need a lot more than that if they are to make any kind of an impression here. It's 173 for 7 as we have play set to resume after the tea interval. And again, for those of you who may be a little bit put off by it, because this is a day-night encounter, the tea interval and the lunch interval or the dinner interval have flip-flopped. So we'll take the tea interval first, which was the 20-minute break, and then we'll take the longer break or the dinner break, 40 minutes later on this evening. So it's just about approaching 3:30 here in Trinidad and Tobago, and so 3:25 roughly. So we'll probably have that break at about 5:20, 5:25 this evening. So we can look forward to that here. I'm Russ Mark, and Daryl Williams is back with us here as Carrier continues, and this is another teasing delivery to start things off after the break.
So at the resumption here, CCC looking to forge a partnership here with their back against the wall. The momentum is currently with the Red Force team here. Carrier will be looking to pick up that elusive 5-wicket haul. Post up. Bailey long forward.
He's doing the smart thing. He's not really experimenting too much. Yannick Correa. He's just allowing the ball to do its own thing after pitching. Now he is using the googly quite a bit as well, but I don't think the batsmen are picking him, and that is where the problem lies right now for the CCC tail enders. This is going to be a real examination for them. The question for them is, where are they going to get these runs? Who is going to make those runs for them?
Getting the edge there, but falling short of Brian Charles at that second slip region.
Yeah, because he's turning the ball away from the right-handers, that fielder there is always in play. So Bailey just trying to calm his nerves here a little bit. It's a good shot, but he's going to get only a single for it. Well played, coming onto the front foot. I don't think Correa will be too worried about that. In fact, he will encourage him to do that. And maybe just spin one past him.
See, just one fielder out on the backward square like boundary. So it's a tight lip field here. Carrier with his tails up, looking to prize another wicket. So getting the edge.
He wants a single that is non-existent at this point in time. But that ends the over. Pretty good one. Just the 1 run in it. It's 174 for 7 at the end of the over. So things have really subsided for the CCC after they were cruising around quite nicely, getting to 119. They lost an early wicket. They resumed at 114. 5 runs later, they lost their first wicket of the morning, and then it's been not a big flood of wickets, but they've been losing wickets at a steady clip throughout. And these two have really done the bulk of their work. 3 for 25 to Yannick Carrier, and Brian Charles 2 for 37 at the other end. So Andre Bailey right now, he's in defense mode. Wonder when he's going to transition to his more attacking mode, and will he be able to be successful doing it? That's the challenge that I think they face here against this bowling attack that is so concentrated and so persistent, nagging at you. It's a quicker delivery again. Probably just badly lined, but he's trying to angle the ball so that if it hits the bat, then the pad, it's probably just going to hopefully spoon to that forward short leg. Bailey is again doing the smart thing for the moment, at least. Just keeping out the bowlers, not giving them.
He's long forward, but very tentative.
Yeah,
no real conviction behind any of his.
It's pure defense right now. No real attack. At least not just yet. Anyway. So Charles working on his patience as well. Probably telling him, you could try to hit that if you so choose. There is no deep mid wicket. There is a deep square leg and a fine leg short. This one is spinning up, and that one just eluding the grasp again of Cephas Cooper there at forward short leg as the over comes to an end. Another good over, 174 for 7. I'm not sure if there was bat onto that, but certainly looked like there was pad.
Just ballooning in the air, falling into no man's land.
Yeah, Cephas Cooper thought he could get under it, but the ball was very close to the ground when he tried to get his hand under it. Didn't really come off the pad at any great height for him.
Well, I think this is where the CCC camp will definitely have to put their think tank on, probably put on some aggressive nature, not rather than just lay down and die and be a formality of picking up wickets. Some aggressive intent to put the red force back on the back foot somewhat.
Yeah, somebody has to decide to do something, but it has to be a constructive attempt. Now they get the quick single, and yes, I thought Joshua James was very deep there. In fact, he was way too deep to prevent that single. He's not preventing a boundary, and he's not preventing a single. He's really in no man's land that deep at backward point. But now with Bailey coming on strike, the second slip or gully is implemented. Bailey's again being very responsible here. He's not taking any risks. Really just trying to play through this period here. They just came back from a break, so he's, as I say, trying to get himself going again. And he's very watchful so far. But this is good bowling from Yannick Correa. 3 wickets already to his name. Sure he'd like to pick up a couple more. With 3 wickets on offer in this first innings, and I'm almost certain Trinidad and Tobago will enforce the follow on.
So they're just plugging away here, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, looking for that breakthrough. This one is a leading edge, just scooting away into the cover point region.
Correa putting his hands on his head there because he thought he had broken through there. He'd gone past the outside edge. The ball hit a thick edge and squirted out into the offside. Run scoring very difficult right now. As I say, runs at a premium at the moment. 175 for 7. And still can't get it through. That was a googly pitched up, tossed up outside the off stump. And no real power generated there. End of the over. 175 for 7 at the end of it. 3 to Bailey and 9 to Mansing. So just 2 more to come. And certainly the combined campuses will be hoping that they could put on a West Indies type tail end.
Making sure the tail wag.
Yep. We have Warrican, Muti, and first it was Seals, and then it was Roach in the second test. Cooper again very active under the bat there, with that forward short leg position. Again, he has to be careful. You don't want the umpire to call a no ball because his foot is very close to that line. This one is in the air. It came off a bad angle. It came off the edge of the bat, probably the back of the bat. But it fell safely, well away from Correa at that short, fine leg position.
After his marathon spell to make that chase, he's probably in a bit of discomfort. It's the first real sign of a sweep from any of the batsmen.
Yeah, but I think Charles is probably, he should go back to that just outside the off-stump line and let the ball spin into the right-handers. Don't go looking for them to play on the onside.
You see a field change. You see the man on the 45 has come into the Wicket region. There's a leg slip now for Brian Charles.
And because it's mostly defensive shots that are being played, he could afford to crowd them a little bit more. Slightly quicker delivery. So we have Mohan at first slip. And that's what nicely played. Gets it into the gap and gonna get a couple quite comfortably. Tian Webster again doing the honors.
I think this is where Brian Charles has to be a bit more proactive and get a change in. Rotate his bowlers a little bit.
Yeah, Carey Pear might be a better option at this stage. Here is this one coming in, but it might have just come off the boot. He was pitching up at him there. He went for the big drive and he probably missed it. He hit the pad and just ballooned to slip.
Off the wicketkeeper's pad.
Yeah, off the pad, yeah. 179 for 7 at the end of that over. And it's going to be Carey Pear who is going to pick up the attack, replacing Yannick Correa. 17 overs, 3 for 36, is it? So he's put in a pretty good effort. Carey Pear 1 for 31 from 10. It's going to come in for his 11th over of this innings. Probably a slightly different proposition. Probably not as much. No, he didn't get as much turn last night. But given what we've seen, who knows? Maybe he might get some purchase out of this wicket now.
It was a relatively newer ball as well. But he's grown accustomed bowling the new ball in limited overs and wide ball versions of cricket.
Yeah, so as the wicket dries off a little bit more now, it might be able to grip somewhat. And immediately they've gone for once a second, they'll get it 2. That's good running. And not much Cooley could do about that. Out in the deep. So the first delivery, he got a wicket with his first ball last night. And so Carey Pierre not able to reproduce that today, but who knows? Maybe he might still be in the wickets before it's all said and done.
After a marathon spell like that, he's gonna have to really put in a good effort here, Carey Pierre, to keep the momentum. Carrier held up from the media center end.
I said appeal final be debut, but probably sliding down leg side.
See the replay there again, the arm ball just holding its line. Well behind this one is Bailey. Carey Pierre has really fallen off the radar as a West Indies cricketer. He has made his debut before the likes of Akil Hussain, and remember he getting Rohit Sharma in a T20I.
Yeah, because it was a strange dynamic, because it was Akil Hussain was the one who kind of rose to prominence first, and then Carey Pierre kind of went past him, and he became the featured spinner. And but then Akil kind of regained his mojo, and as they say, the rest is history. 182 for 7 at the end of that over. But they're both very good friends.
Indeed.
They feed off each other a lot.
He's also a very avid basketball fan, as we see.
Some of the spectators. Is that the president? Yep, that's from me up in the TTCB booth up there. That's in Bazarat, and some of his colleagues watching none of the cricket intently.
This is a much better feel here for Brian Charles, employing the leg slip, the ball turning into the both right-handers.
Yeah, I still like to see him start it outside the off stump. Just let the batsman play at it. It's going to find its way to the onside. That's nicely swept around, and very comfortably done indeed. 4 runs, a loose ball. Again, starting towards the leg, you're asking for trouble there.
Close in fielders taking evasive action there. Easily dispatched by Bailey.
Yeah, he cannot get conned into thinking because there's a leg slip, he has to bowl on the leg stump. He could still bowl the off stump line. You'd be surprised how the ball will probably get to the leg slip in due course. So another comfortable single to tick things over. 187 now for 7. And this man, Abhijay Mansingh, has been very stubborn. Really cheating each ball and merit, taking his time, not really getting too flummoxed by all the activities around him. He's seen a couple of his teammates perish.
With some inaudacious shots, but he has really stuck to his guns, picking up 2 good-looking runs there. Looking to forge together a formidable partnership, these two.
Yeah, it's important that he shows some fight here, some determination. In fact, everybody who comes to bat for CCC will have to do a similar thing. That one kept a little bit low from Brian Charles. To end the over, 189 for 2 at the end of it.
So news coming to hand, we see the Barbados Pride being bundled out for 112 in their second innings.
Against the Guyana Happy Eagles, who took a first innings lead in that game. And that's the other thing to this year's tournament. First innings will count for points. So Carrie Pear trying to see if we could break this little partnership here. But stubborn as ever is Bailey. Andre Bailey, as I say, straight as a pin.
Looking to make something happen here in Carripe. He's tuning away down to the backward square region.
Yeah, that's going to fine leg, and it's a long chase for Gooley. And the batsman, clearly they should have been able to run 3. He had to travel a long way to his right. The ball is played fine, he's more square. So that's a good 30 meters, almost 40 meters he had to run. But they still
Managed to
just jogged 2.
see that particular fielder coming in a bit closer now.
Yeah, so he's back on that off stump, just outside the off stump line. Once you drift on the pad, because you don't have much protection there, your chances are you could always get picked off a couple. Again, playing the patience game here. Just if he's not attacking, then he's just playing purely defensively. So a little bit of bounce there for Carripe, yeah, but not enough. He has 1 for 36 now after 12, and it's 191 for 7 after 77 over CCC. Replying to Trinidad and Tobago's 504 for 6 declared. We've had some big scores here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as of late. In the North-South Classic, we saw a majestic double 100 from Jason Mohammed that saw South amass a massive 612. And that's after North had posted 346 in their first innings. So in addition to that double 100 from Jason Mohammed, 224, you also had useful scores. Cooper made 98 in that inning. 56 for Daniel Williams. Jid Gooley also chipped in with 56 as well. So Trinidad and Tobago come in now with 504. It's just par for the course, a stifled appeal. They want a single, but it's not there.
Good delivery again, bringing the batsman long forward. Unable to get through the defense. Just down the leg side, a good take there by Gomez again. So these two have done the hard yards. They would definitely want to build on this.
Brian Charles needs to just adjust his line a little bit. He's been too much leg stump. And of course in the attempt at a run out, but you have to first corral the ball. Webster was trying to pick it up and throw it all in one motion. In the end, achieved neither. And they were able to get the single. 192 for 7 as another Brian Charles over comes to an end. 2 for 49 now from 21.
Mane could just 8 overs in this innings. Webster as well. Probably look to bring back Joshua James to create that pressure again. Some good overs to the latter half of this batting lineup.
Yeah, Charles has an economy rate of 2.33, which is not bad at all. They got any day. Carry Piegas, who continues. Hasn't really spun the ball much, but I suppose all he wants is one to turn, and that could be it. And this pair really been able to keep the Trinidad and Tobago spinners out. Really just frustrated them. This is like a nuisance partnership for them.
Teal has really been putting their hands up to wag here this afternoon, Ruskin.
Yeah, it's an easy pace wicket, and like I say, he bowled Correa for such a long spell. It's difficult to see him bringing him back right away. So you may have to look at other options. Again, I insist that Joshua James is way too deep there. He can't prevent a single. Every time that ball is played out square in the offside, it's an easy single. Similarly, the man at point, he's very deep. He's like he's trying to cut off 4 runs that deep.
Bang on target here, Carey Pair. Unable to get through the defense of Bailey. So that brings the end of the over. It's now 193 for 7. So see the sun slowly diminishing here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, Brian Charles is going to continue. Well, surprisingly, I think he really needs to try to spice things up a little bit, see if somebody can buy him a wicket.
They normally go to the golden arm, that of Jason Mohammed, who gets a wicket for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at some critical times.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get some kind of a move on here. 193 for 7. Not that you're in any danger of losing the game, but you want to put yourself in a position to win it. And you've done well so far. Now it's time to try to finish the job. So turned away, but not very far.
Love that, Charlie. Love that, Charlie.
So Charles is going to change the angle now, come around the wicket. And that's well played. He just got inside the wicket and helped himself there to a 6. Very well played there by Mansingh.
See the replay here, shortish delivery, getting back on the back foot and punching this one through the mid-wicket region for a maximum first of today's proceedings.
Come on, Charlo. Come on, Charlo.
So
Work,
Mansing
boys,
is
work,
growing
work, boys.
in confidence here.
Work on, Charlo. Work on,
Yeah,
Charlo.
he's played well. He's batted very well. It's up to 23 now. And it's going to get one more. A very well judged single once again. So just for a moment here, the Trinidad and Tobago team, probably since they came out after tea, a little bit flat. It just seemed to be too much in a hurry to maybe get these 3 remaining wickets. But to
Probably.
get the 3, you need to get 1.
Probably had too much for tea. It's a bit heavy on the legs. They would need to get it together and get it together quickly indeed.
Somebody has to do something. The game is just meandering around, and the batsmen are growing in confidence.
Work. Run, Charlie B. Work on, Charlie B.
With relative ease, just played out on the onside. So it's not much by way of deception or anything of the sort. It's just repetitive. So 200 on the board. It's 200 for 7 now. And Mansing is well poised on 24. 13 to Bailey, who is also shaped very well, without being aggressive at all. In fact, he's ultra defensive. But he's been able to accumulate his runs quite nicely without taking too many risks. And it's carry pair.
So it's exact 200 for 7. Avijay Mansing on 24 from some 56 deliveries. Andre Bailey on 13 from 42.
Again, carry pair very routinely, and not really getting the purchase of the wicket that I suspected that he would have. He's rolling right now rather than spinning the ball. And as a result, the batsman just coming forward, picking up the line and just going through that line.
It's bang on target again. Tuned into the onside.
He's not able to really trouble the batsman that much. Maybe he'll mix it up a little bit, throw one up wide.
He's coming back, staying a bit low on this occasion. Well
He should have
dug
been
out
on
there.
the front foot, but he opted to go onto the back foot. So Pierre trying to mix up his deliveries, left arm orthodox. Again, not much happening there. The score still at 200 for 7.
Long forward is Bailey again as he plays that on defensively, brings it into the 81st over. It's now 200 for 7. Carry pair with a maiden there.
Yeah, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force really, they have to be a little more proactive here. They have to try and figure out a way to just to spice things up a little bit. Now, you could do that with the fast bowlers. One of the quicks would have to come back, and I would imagine Joshua James would be the preferred choice. But even at the end where Brian Charles is operating, I think he really has to figure out something else. And it looks like if James is coming back into the attack. So from not getting the ball at all to becoming the preferred choice. Now the new ball might be due.
A couple overs time.
Yeah. So this may be a consideration. You see the third umpire handing off the new cherry to the presiding umpires. So what does he do? 2 slips on a gully. Looks like the standard field for him. I think James just has to concentrate on the line. Just that he had an immaculate line earlier in his first spell, a long spell, but he maintained that line. And I would like him to just do enough without trying to do too much. And well, now we see the first slip being withdrawn and placed at mid-wicket.
It's a 1.5 slip with a gully, back at point, cover, mid off, mid on, short, mid wicket.
And wide, you can see how stiff it is. James is. The ball almost took a day to get to the batsman. There's really no real venom in it at all. Because since this morning, he's probably just trying to warm down and get the muscles as subtle as possible. Now he has to rev them up again. And just cut in at one that again kept a little bit low. But all of this happening off the wicket. So again, not much happening. This is one of the periods when the game
Gets slow.
kind of going to bed, if you know what I mean. But nothing that a wicket can't change. And again, James probing there, really attacking that front pad. Trying to see if he could get one to go past the bat. And if he does that, he might be in the money. You never know. So let's see if the man from Tobago could conjure up something special. Maybe he brought a Cocorico with him.
Red Force has generally gone quiet. It's just going through the motion somewhat here now. Waiting and expecting things to happen. They need to.
I think they're going to take the new ball. Now, if he's going to take the new ball, you're going to have to give him a second slip. So let's see if that causes any changes. The umpire signaling to the scorers. So he has decided, yes, time to take the new ball. 200 for 7. .4 overs gone. He's bowled him.
Bowled him. First delivery. Joshua James strikes.
So that's the magic there. The change has worked for the Trinidad and Tobago team, because just as Bailey was becoming a real nuisance, he pulled one, he dragged one on. It was outside the off stump, and he has to go for 13, and it's 200 for 8 now.
Really a bit tentative. They just hang the bat outside the corridor of uncertainty, getting an inside edge, which led to his demise. I think it's the bit of fear with the big fast bowler coming back into the attack.
And it's also too the ball probably skidding on a little bit quicker, getting to him a little bit quicker, so he didn't get the bat around as he was doing previously. And you can see how far from the body he's playing the bat. The ball actually hit the inner face of the bat. There's no way he shouldn't even be playing at that delivery outside the off stump. But it was so far outside the off stump, he actually helped it onto the stumps for the wicket. So he worked towards his own demise there. Avinash Mahabir Singh.
His teammate at club level, Anthony Gomez, having a few words with him. It's often the case that your wicketkeeper leads the team over by over, but also he's also the most chirpy. Ruskin? I said you have the cast that most wicketkeepers are the chatties, the chatterbox in most teams.
Yeah, they are. But because they also have a unique role in the team, they can actually guide the bowlers. They also have a perspective on each batsman that comes to the wicket. James a little bit short there, but Mahabir Singh right in behind it to end the over. A successful one at that, a maiden wicket for Joshua James. And it's now 200 for 8. So Trinidad and Tobago need 2 wickets. And then they will, I suppose, look at the possibility of enforcing the follow-on and try and chip away at getting another 10 wickets. You already see the Guyana Happy Eagles looking to take full points in their game. They ran through the Barbados second innings, so they're eyeing full points there. Trinidad and Tobago, I'm sure, would want to match them.
Should we carry to continue?
So with a harder ball, who knows, maybe he might be able to skid one on. And continuing in his wonderful approach here, Mansingh ticks up another single. He goes to 25 now. So you have Mansingh and Mahabir Singh.
Is there a tongue twister here this afternoon?
But it's easy to describe his method of play. He's forward defensive. Very quiet. I would really like to see Brian Charles bowl from this end, and maybe in a couple overs bring Yannick from the bottom end, or bowl Jason Mohammed from this end and see if he can buy you a wicket. Or maybe this might be a time to bowl at Tion Webster, because Tion can
pull a heavy ball.
Yeah, he can rev it up a bit, mix up his deliveries. Knocked down nicely there by Cephas Cooper. Anticipating well. So it's really a wait and see approach here right now for Trinidad and Tobago. And Pierre is much too wide to entice the new batsman, Mahabir Singh. So he survives. He's yet to score. 25 to Mansingh. It's the end of the over. 201 for 8 after 83 overs. So Joshua James, the man from Tobago, picked up a wicket. I'm sure he'll want to maybe add to that. 1 for 15 from 11 overs. So he's very economical. 1.38 economy rate, which is a fantastic.
This is James, after coming off a successful over, previous one.
He's bowled well. He's really impressed with his spell. And again, stroking the ball nicely. So that's one of the areas, or one of the dangers of bowling the new ball. It comes onto the bat. So the batsman may be a little more comfortable playing it. The spinning ball, you have to wait on it, and then when it pitches, sometimes it spits off the wicket. So it's like two speeds you're trying to catch up with the ball.
Scooted out the 2-1 region for a single.
So James, probably not as fiery as I was expecting him to be. I'm not sure if it's the heat that's kind of sap some of the energy out of him. But he did bowl a pretty good spell this morning, so he might be just feeling the effects of that. 16 overs, 1 for 16 rather, 11 overs already has a stifled appeal, not out, says the umpire. So he's into his 12th over now. For somebody who hasn't bowled much lately, I don't think he bowled much in the North-South team. You know, in fact, I'm surprised that we had to kind of complain. I don't say complain, but at least highlight the fact that he wasn't given new ball. And here
So he's now given new.
Yep, picked up a wicket with the new ball, and I really thought he would have been the one to get the new ball first up. And here's a diving effort to pull it down. He does. Brilliant stop again. So keeping the pressure on. Mahabir Singh thought he might have been away there, but not so fast was the call from Cooper, Cephas Cooper, who's now in the slip cordon. See, James, I'm sure would like to run it back. A little too short there. He probably just needs to bring it up some and see if he could entice the batsman to try to drive him off the front foot. That could be very difficult on this wicket. It's really that time when you, as a fielder, you're looking for things to do just to keep your concentration levels up. Go for a little jog, tie your laces, do something just to keep you focused and ready to go. The end of the over, 202 for 8 at the end of it. So Manik, North for 38, Webster 1 for 23, 1 for 38, Carey Peer, 2 for 56, Brian Charles, and 3 for 26, Correa. James 1 for 16. It's bowled very well. So immediately the single is taken by Man Singh, exposing Mahabir Singh. So Pierre will try it once more. Mahabir Singh on strike now. And he's hitting this one cleanly. And that's a brilliant sweep shot there. Just got down on one knee. And played the classic sweep shot there. Carey Peer, no terrors from him. As if to say, I could play this shot, and he did very well indeed. Picked the right ball, Mahabir Singh, and dispatched it with aplomb.
4 good looking runs there. What a way to get off the mark. Back on this one is peeling off the outside edge.
Yeah, good comeback delivery that from Gary Peer, but he needs to do more, I suspect. He's just not able to get the ball. It's a new ball, so you're probably not getting purchase. So it's skidding more than anything else. And as I say, if you're prepared to wait, who knows, you might be able to stick around for an extended period. Avinash Mahabir Singh is on 4. And very competent, coming on to the front foot. Again, nothing much happening there. They're just keeping him out at this point in time. So James it is, who they're probably going to be looking to probably do some damage with the new ball. 207 for 8. The latest score here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago still in control of this game, but they're just being held up here by this number 9 pair.
Desperate need of a breakthrough here. TNT Red Force. As you called it, Ruskin, the tail has been wagging.
Yeah, because the wicket is so easy paced. Even if it's spinning so slowly. I suppose because this is the new ball, this one would skid a little bit more. And until they're able to grip it, then they might be able to do some damage with it. Slightly older ball when the shine goes off of it somewhat. Bowled him. Well, right through the gate, and you could just see Mansingh wondering what exactly happened there. He played down the wrong line and lost his off stump. He goes for 27.
Beaten for pace, a good delivery. You see that one pitched up and jogging back at the last minute, disturbing the furniture. And Mansingh has to go.
So it's 207 for 9 now. And, as a captain, you ask somebody to put his hand up and do a job for you. That's exactly what Joshua James is doing here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, because he's prized out 2 crucial wickets here just when the game seemed to be going to bed and the resistance was at its highest. So the players will take a little breather. We'll take a break and come back right after this. Welcome back here. So 9 wickets down now for CCC, 207 for 9. They find themselves in a real desperate situation at the moment. They're staring down at follow on here. And Trinidad and Tobago, of course, trying to put the finishing touches on a pretty good job here today. Remember, only 2 wickets were down when they resumed this afternoon at 1 o'clock. It was 114 for 2. And now 207. And they've prized out 7 wickets. I'm sure they'll want to wrap up this tale as quickly as possible. Shields, the new batsman.
He's pitched up.
She's pushing it there, looking like a typical number 11. Yep. Just
no foot movement at all.
You don't need that. You don't need that when you're batting at 11.
Well, I still believe in coming and having a big hee-hoo. You never know. 2 might fly out off the outside edge and pick up a much-needed boundary.
Well, look at it this way. He's already middled one, so you probably figure he has the measure of things here now. And he's able to keep that one out.
Getting behind this one.
I don't think there was so much getting behind it as it was right there to be played. And he just brought the bat down.
Don't know how much of his batting prowess.
And, if I was James, 2 deliveries. One short and one right up in the block hole. Whichever one he chooses to go with first, it doesn't matter. And he's trying to... He was trying to bowl the short ball, but again, he didn't really bang it in. He was in between. If you're going to bowl a short ball at the tail end, get it up by his nose and let him smell it.
Good intent there.
Yeah. Let him smell the leather. I was telling those guys yesterday, the Aussies have a saying, throat and toes. So it's either a Yorker or
up there.
one up there by your neck. You know, see if you name man to play this.
He's driving nicely through the cover
see,
region.
Now, he is probably going to brag about that for however long, that cover drive, which he executed very well. But James has no right bowling that delivery there. Like I said, you're bowling to a number 11. You're bowling at a number 11. There's no way he's coming onto his front foot like that.
You can clearly see the 3 stumps exposed there.
Yep. You're either right up at him or you're short lifting at him. He must be as uncomfortable as possible. Probably was going for the Yorker there, but he pushed it down the leg side. So that ends the over. Never mind, he got a wicket in there. And at the end of it, he 2 for 20 from his 13 overs, which is a pretty good effort on his part. 2 for 56 to Brian Charles and 3 for 26 to Yannick Correa. 211 for 9 now after 86 overs. And Carey Pear is going to continue. And I think Carey Pear just has to line up this delivery here. Don't
try to do too much.
Yeah, don't try to do too much. Aim for that off stump and hit the off stump.
Pinuroskin is just a chain of thought. Do you believe that in years gone by, had there been a franchise such as CCC, would you have seen more cricketers play at the first class level?
If we had a franchise?
No, like what CCC is now. Yeah. If CCC was in existence.
It's an amalgam of players from different countries. And yeah, they definitely would have been interesting. Because remember, there was a time they only had the combined islands. Mm-hmm. So you had the traditional 4, Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and the combined islands. You know, then they split them up. So it became the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. So then we had 6, That's well played again. So that kind of opened up more opportunities for some more players. So now with the CCC and with the West Indies Academy, additional players, especially younger players, get an opportunity to get a taste of what it's like at the higher level. The one, I suppose, area that people look at is are enough players who deserving players getting those opportunities. And this one is hit hard at 6 runs. From the moment it left the bat, you knew it was going to travel, and that it did.
Shields hoiking that one away.
Now he has 2 big hits to talk about: the cover drive and the one over cow corner.
Into double figures there now.
Yep, he's showing the men ahead of him how to do this. He's probably saying, "You're making batting look so hard. Batting is easy out here."
Put my hand up for promotion if he goes past 20
Yep,
here.
he said, "I can't bat at 11 anymore." So what is it going to be here now? Gary Pear trying to go past him outside the off stump, but Shields brings the bat down in time. Not in the approved fashion, but effective enough
To survive.
You can see all 3 stumps. He's exposing all 3 stumps, and at the very last moment, he's just bringing the bat down in place. So the end of an expensive over, one would have to say. 7 runs coming off it, and at the end of it is 218 for 9. So CCC beginning to, continues to be a bit of a nuisance here for Trinidad and Tobago, keeping them out, and then rubbing salt in the wound with a couple boundaries. So now James, can he finish it off here for Trinidad and Tobago and get a 3-4? Yes, 2 for 20 from 13.
As you mentioned, he pulled some good areas yesterday, and this opening spell today he has looked really good.
Yeah, Mahabir Singh waits, and again pitching up, which is good. But if you're pitching up, you have to go right up. You don't want to bowl a half volley, but you want to go a full length delivery right up in the block hole if it's anything. And if you're not bowling there, well, boys, some chin music, as we call it.
Short and rising.
Yep, you know, the ball is new and hard. It will climb. You just have to put the effort in. Now, it takes something out of you to bowl short pitch bowling. I always tell people that.
And he's a short man in stature.
Yeah, and this is what is required here now. And push him back as much as possible. And I think he's looking for that. He's probably anticipating that a short ball is somewhere around the corner. Because if you notice, he's not really getting into line much. He's just kind of playing from where his stance is.
And prodding.
So if he's going to do that, then you aim for the off stump or you aim for the chest area.
Good looking Yorker there. Searching for that one up in the block hole. Well dug out by Mahabir Singh. She's looked quite competent, to say the least.
And he does have the deep square leg and the fine leg in place, so use them. Let's see if he can hook. Test it out. There he goes. Pulls it nicely, and that's 4 runs. But he hits it in front of square, and again he's hooking waist height or under his waist. You want to get the ball up over his shoulders. Look at it. He almost had to reach down to pull that ball. And so you 2 things were wrong there. The height at which the ball reached and the angle, he's angled it outside of his legs or on his legs, bowl it off stumps, because if he has to fetch it to try to get there.
To the body.
Yep. But you have to get it up. You can't bowl it that short or that low down. And again, look at where he's playing. He's playing it from outside of his legs. Or his legs
Chance for a
stump.
return catch there.
Yep. So it's, I saw he's trying to bowl a short ball, but I don't know. I think it's coming out wrong. If you're going to bowl that short ball, or go around the wicket and just change the angle on him. And I think the captain should probably also put a forward short leg, just in case.
It's well played again. So that'll bring the end of the 88 over. It's now 222 for 9. Mahavir Singh on 9. And Shields on 10.
Well, I don't understand why he's persisting with carry pair at this end, because you probably want to wrap this up as quickly as possible, and not have the tail enders kind of prolong the agony here. 2-2-2 for 9, and now carry pair could probably get a wicket to end it all, but he probably, if he doesn't, then he'd have to reconsider this ploy at this end in particular. Swing and a miss. Carry pair would be well advised to stay off his legs. Shield showing real restraint here. Leans on his bat as if working something through his mind as to how he's going to try to catch up with him. And that's bowled him. Neck and crop, going for the big one, and he's bowled all over the shop here.
Disturbing the furniture. See, it was just a matter of time. You know the big hit was on the cards, just not making any contact. That one crashing into the stumps.
So Mansingh remains 9 not out, and Shield is bowled for 10. So Pair picks up his second wicket, and Trinidad and Tobago finally, first order of business is completed. They have a lead of 282 runs. So I think it goes without saying that they will enforce the follow-on because of the time factor. I don't think they need to add any more runs.
So all round good performance by the bowlers of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Carrier being the pick, finishing with 3. So the combined colleges and campuses trail by 282 runs. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the follow-on has been enforced, and the CCC, who just bowled out for 222, back at it again, this time trailing by 282 runs. If they are to avoid an innings defeat here, Trinidad and Tobago, no doubt, will be hoping to continue the wicket-taking ways, and will be looking first up to Justin Manick to give them a good start here. As they look to try and see if they could slice through this CCC batting lineup a second time today. They took 8 wickets already today. I'm sure they will be hoping that they could probably either finish it all off today or early tomorrow, if possible. So once again, it's the pair of Johan Jeremiah and Daniel Evelyn to do the honors. Jeremiah, who top scored with 60 in the first innings, is ready to take first strike. 38 overs left in the day's play today. So very interesting situation here for Trinidad and Tobago. It looks as if the Guyana Happy Eagles are on course to take the lead in the standings with a comprehensive victory over the, and this one is punched away nicely.
So it's Manick taking up the attack from the media center end. It's nice cool conditions here. They would definitely want to pick up a few early wickets before the dinner break. Young Manick, in just his second game, looking to get amongst the wickets. Outings like these will do him the world of good. The likes of Riyad Emrit lending his expertise to the young man.
It's a good opportunity for him. He has 2 slips on a gully. And a much better line on this occasion. And we already saw, but against a spinner, where Jeremiah left one alone and almost got out LBW. Here he was leaving alone, but I wasn't too far away from the off stump. And this one is played away nicely. He's going to get one, not too keen on a second one. Just seems as if he was just content with just one so far. But he, I think, holds the key here for the CCC's chances here of possibly avoiding a defeat, or at least prolonging the innings as much for as long as possible, possibly into the final day tomorrow. Umpire already handed the ball to look at it. I'm not sure if the players are not happy with it, but he promptly threw it back at them. And here's one just coming off the inside edge and flying down to third man, to fine leg rather, but really he was flirting with danger there, Evelyn, as that ball came back at him, hit the edge. Luckily for him, it also missed the stumps on the way through. So 3 without loss at the end of over number 1.
No position there at all, just hanging the bat. Getting an inside edge, so it's more than likely should be. In fact, it's not James from the other end. It's going to be Carey Pay again. He switched ends.
Yeah, well, I suppose they're probably giving James a bit of a breather, but it really would have been interesting for him to be coming back with the new ball, because he certainly deserved the opportunity to use the new ball. Actually, it's going to be the skipper, Brian Charles, who is going to open the attack from that southern end. So a little switcheroo here, but it's not uncommon or too unexpected. And immediately he's trying to force it through the offside. So a great opportunity here for Trinidad and Tobago. They defeated the CCC last year, and they're on course to do it again this year. So I'm sure they'll be keeping an eye. Brian Charles picked up a couple of wickets that time last year. They beat them by 123 runs.
Look at Evelyn, his stance is very low, slouch over the bat somewhat. So I think if you throw it up a bit in its peripheral vision, you'll have some difficulties.
He's a big, powerful man, broad shoulders. He's really built like a tank. Low to the ground. A little bit of shape there, so I think that will encourage Brian Charles. 5 for no loss. The CCC batting a second time after they were asked to follow on. Bowled out for 2-2-2 in their first innings.
It's going to be Charles. Right arm around the wicket, tossed up nicely to Jeremiah. He's going to play his normal game. Wait till it comes into his neck of the woods and look to dispatch. So that's the end of 2 overs. The score is 5 without loss.
So again, it's going to be Manic to continue. Only this time he's up against Evelyn. He did cause him a few problems in the first innings, although he didn't get the wicket. Very well played, but nicely fielded as well to his own ball in there, Manic, pitching up on that occasion. Again, just teasing him and working on his patience here, because you want to believe this is the time when they more than likely going to want to probably play a few shots.
I think on the back of their first innings performance, the CCC team should come out with a bit more intent, Ruskin. Look to score. Be a bit positive in their nature.
Once again, good bowling from Manik, not giving him anything to work with. If he's going to have to score, he's going to have to come out at him outside the off stump. Persisting with that line and really working on the patience. So a good day's work so far for Trinidad and Tobago. They're trying to probably make it even better by making some early inroads here.
It's a bit too wide there.
Evelyn not cooperating just yet anyway. He did play this way in the first innings. He left a lot of deliveries alone until eventually he decided it was time to have a go. Wasn't too happy with how he got out. He was bowled by Webster. Really played at one that he shouldn't have played on. It's another good delivery. That one took off and came back at him, but started and climbed over the stumps. He ended the over maiden 5 without loss after 3.
So see late start here by the CCC opener. Not really showing much intent at all.
Well, they certainly find themselves between a rock and a hard place, as they say, because they've already lost in first innings. So what they're trying to do probably is to avoid an innings defeat, which is to try and make the Red Force bat a second time. That'll be the first order of business. And then, of course, to see if they could somehow avoid a defeat entirely here. But that is going to require some special batting, Herculean effort on their part.
Charles once more along the wicket. This one is a flat delivery on the line of off stumps, as we see the lights here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy turned on. It's tossed up nicely again by Charles. He's really looking to find his rhythm. Change of ends here. So he's smothering the spin. And to believe that he will be growing in confidence. He has the most substantial score in the first innings. Jeremiah, the captain here, definitely needs to put his hand up. But that's another maiden over here. So the score remains on 5 without loss. CCC falling on to Red Force first inning total of 504 for 6.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order for the CCC. They're trying to dig in here. But they need some kind of a positive start. They really need these two to give them something to work with. Again, just teasing outside that off stump there. So Manik working on Evelyn's patience here, just touching down outside that off stump.
It's a short, robust guy in stature is Evelyn. Looking to get amongst the runs here late in the afternoon.
So it's not brilliant sunshine, but it's still bright enough. Nice cool conditions. And of course today had the draw for the Champions League for the teams 9 through 24.
Some mouth-watering clashes there indeed, Ruskin.
Stade Breton, PSG, Monaco, Benfica, Club Brugge, or Bruges as they were called before, Atlanta, Man City, Real Madrid, Juventus, PSV who just beat Liverpool.
So he's driving nicely, but straight to the fieldsman. Unable to
Sporting
score.
CP, Borussia Dortmund, Celtic against Bayern Munich, and Feyenoord against AC Milan.
What's the team you support, Ruskin?
Arsenal.
Okay.
So they would now have to wait the winners of one of these ties, because they ended up third in the group play behind Liverpool and Barcelona.
So is a bit too close to comfort, and his shoulders to arm is Evelyn. So another consecutive maiden score remains on 5 without loss. I think CCC is just trying to see it out to the dinner break.
It's not too far away, but at the same time, the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, I suppose, could just keep the pressure on. So 5 overs can be, remember we have 38 overs in this period here for the rest of the day. And 5 already been completed.
So there's a waywardly line delivery, a bit full. Just punch down to the long on fieldsman. They go for a single. I think at this junction I would have loved to see Jed Gooley a little bit with the new ball. He has done well for his club team and Trinidad and Tobago at the white ball. Looking to advance down the track here is Evelyn, unable to make any contact. With the change, the lights coming on, you never know what could happen at this late evening session. Someone's on the line of the leg stop and just tuned in to the fine leg region.
Make that dinner taste better, boys. Hey, make that dinner taste better for us here, boys. Come on, boys.
Charles once more. It's a loud shout. Doing a bit too much there, going down the leg side. Somewhat a bit quicker through the air from Charles on this occasion.
Not bad, Charlie Bill. Not bad, Charlie Bill.
What's going on with the arm?
One good drift, one good turn. One good drift, one
Doing
good
too
turn.
much, and
Keep
umpire
drifting,
says
Brian.
not out.
Charles again just probing away there, not giving too much away, and Jeremiah treating him with respect to end another over. 7 without loss at the end of that one. 6 completed now.
Give them bowling change. Stumps from.
It's going to be a bowling change from the media centre, and it's going to be carry pair. Left unorthodox to pick up the attack. He's going to be bowling to Evelyn. Swing spear. Straight on the money. Forcing Evelyn to play defensively through the cover region. So he's back and punching off the back foot.
Gary Pair, of course, is probably going to bowl quite a bit in this innings. And the ideal tonic would be for him to get early wickets, and this one again just squirting away, not in control at all. There was Evelyn.
Out of the grasp of the diving C for Scooper under the bat.
Johan, coming over to you.
Now Pears decided he's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Jeremiah. He does have some outliers, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on.
Straight out on the boundary patrolling. Do you think this managed to be a bit too defensive at this point in time, Ruskin?
Well, if he's going to do that, he's definitely going to have to give the ball some air and entice him to maybe come down the wicket at him and try to launch him. But it is a bit defensive. And he's have to hurry, and he does. But it was well played and well fielded also, but a single completed quite comfortably in the end. 8 without loss, just a single off that over. So it's really a very quiet period here, but a wicket or two and things could change in a hurry, which is precisely what transpired in the first innings. These two were going along quite nicely. When they got to 45 is when they lost their first wicket. And that's a glorious shot. That one is going to run close to the boundary. It's not going to get there. And too comfortably.
Getting back on the back foot there was Jeremiah and punching through the backward point region.
Come on, BC. Come on, BC.
So Brian Charles just trying to get back that rhythm that he had in the first innings. He bowled a long spell. Himself and Yannick Correa also bowled in tandem, and they two, both of them bowled marathon spells.
Carrier was held back for quite some time, but
And there's another one, a short ball. Didn't get up as much, and he crashed it against the body of Cooper. And that's always the danger when you're feeling close to the wicket. It's the bowler bowls a bad ball.
it's always often the youngsters being placed there over the years, right, Raskin?
Understandably so, as well. And because too, it's a reflex position, you want somebody whose reflexes are pretty good. And I've seen some players, even though they might be specialist batsmen, put in those positions but have no real desire to field it. The over comes to an end 11 without loss at the end of it because the reflexes just don't allow them to react to
At that time.
to the ball, because sometimes you either go in laterally and the ball has to stick, so instinctively you might
Yes.
put your hand out there, and
And make a good grab.
yeah, but they don't even move sometimes because their reflexes are not as sharp as some of the others.
And then there are those who just manage to hug up those those opportunities, stick in the mid-range region.
Yeah, you remember Clayton Lambert was like that. He would feel close to the wicket and he would sacrifice his body to take a catch. He was fearless under the bat. Sheldon Gomes was another one. Although Sheldon would use his hands, he would anticipate. Sheldon would be feeling on the edge of the pitch and was still running. Because once the batsman sheeps, he's on the move.
This one peeling off the outside edge, not carrying to Brian Charles a slip. So, Shadows overtaking the field at this time.
And that's a peach of a delivery, just touching down. But good judgment there on the part of Evelyn. But I'm sure in his mind, that one probably would have registered in his mind.
This one coming off the front of the arm. Yeah. Bit of variation on show here by Caripe. Shoulders to arms, and this is another maiden. So score means on 11 without loss after 9.
Yeah, it's a slow burn for the CCC as they try to at least just give themselves a chance here. And the best way to do that is to put together another solid partnership, one that probably will frustrate Trinidad and Tobago no end. And I suppose the thinking is if they're going to get anything, they'll have to earn it. There's another one that finds the outside edge. So it's not going Trinidad and Tobago's way just yet, but neither did it do that early in their first innings. The ball kept hitting the edge but going down, wouldn't go to hand.
Caripe unable to stop that one.
And there's a peach of a delivery. That one jumped over the middle stump. So good was that delivery. Touchdown, probably about a leg. And by the time it passed Jeremiah, it was jumping. It jumped past the glove and it went over the middle stump.
The single is just a coat of paint again. It's an absolute gem. So it's a bit slower through the air.
And you could see the Jeremiah very circumspect there. He didn't want to commit under that front foot. So he just kind of played it half-cocked, keeping the bat very close.
No real intent shown by either of the batsmen here this afternoon.
And I suppose the instruction is to just occupy the crease for as long as you possibly can until the break, and then we'll assess at the interval. But don't get separated, I suppose, is the key thing. And Charles once again bang on target. A little bit of, that one kept a little bit low, but he was able to keep his eyes on it and kept it out quite nicely. So another maiden 13 without loss. So Charles none for 8 from his 5. Pierre none for 2 from his 2 overs. Remember, they're in the hole for 282 runs, CCC. That's the deficit they have to wipe off first and then try to put runs on the board to force a chase. Or the next best thing for them is to bat out the match from here.
So it's an entire day and a half. Whipped off the legs to the long on fieldsman. See Andrew Rambaran on the field. Looks to be Jed Gooley he's on for.
Okay, is that Jed Gooley by backward point there? So is it James that is off the field?
We will rectify that.
It looks like Gooley is at backward point there right now. So it might be James who is off the field. This one spun a long way, but it was badly lined. Was James down at deep backward square?
Looks
and
to be
Carrier. It was maybe Yannick Carrier who's off the field, at least for the moment.
Over.
So brings the end of the 11th over. It's now 14 without loss.
Yeah, just a single coming off that over, just a 1 run in it. And the approach is the same. It's one of caution, no real aggressive intent. And I just had word that a good friend of ours, one of our better footballers, just passed away recently, Leroy de Leon. So we send our condolences to him. But we also heard that another one of our great footballers, Russell Latapy, who many believe, like de Leon, was certainly one of our most skillful players, and his father has just passed away, so we send our condolences to the Latapy family. And Russell is due to leave Trinidad shortly. They go to Jamaica for a couple of friendly matches. He's part of the technical team put together by his good friend Dwight York. Here's a shout for NLBW. The umpire says not out again. Contact is probably outside the off stump. Because already he's batting on an off stump when he stands there.
That's a good shot being hit on the back.
Fractionally outside the off stump, if at all. So Charles has decided he's going to go over the wicket now. So just a hint there of a little bit of impatience. So we're at the 5:20 mark. So this could very well be the last over before the interval.
a message. Gotta be more patient here, boys. If they batter there,
Remember again, we took tea earlier, so we're gonna have dinner now because of these day-night games.
This one is dragged down a bit and turned away to fine leg region. No run, as we were mentioning off air. Ruskin, it's such a new feeling to have the tea break before the luncheon break.
Yeah, again, it's in some problems trying to. He's in two minds. He probably wants to become aggressive, but at the same time, he wants to follow instructions, which is to just kind of stay there and play on merit. And right now, he's in a little bit of a tangle as to how exactly he should approach this.
To go about it.
But I'm sure he'll be happy if he survives, and then maybe after he could then resort to his normal mode of operation.
Charles continues his good work.
So that is the end of the middle session. Here, 14 without loss. The CCC, they were bowled out for 222, a deficit of 282. And now they trail by 268 runs as they go to dinner, 14 without loss. So we'll take a break and then we'll come back in about 35 minutes or so for play after dinner. Thank you very much as we welcome you back to the Lara Cricket Academy here for this West Indies Championship encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. We're on day 3. This is the final session on day 3 with the CCC after being bowled out for 222 in pursuit of 504 scored by Trinidad and Tobago. They now find themselves, after trailing by 282 runs, 14 without loss, as the players make their way back out in the middle. Still a long way to go for the CCC. And of course, Donald Williams is still here with us, so this is going to be an interesting session here. I would really like to see one, Trinidad and Tobago, if possible at all, get the ball to James Joshua, and at the same time, if he's available and is able to bowl right away, then expose Yannick Carrier almost immediately, because he was off the field, it seems, for a while, but he's back on now, so hopefully he'll be able to go as soon as possible.
Indeed, Ruskin, it's an intriguing passage of play here, but as mentioned before and off air, I think that the CCC batsmen need to put some intent in their work this afternoon. So it's going to be Manik to start from the media centre end. He's going to be bowling to Jeremiah, who has had a relatively sedate start thus far, looking to continue his work from his well-played 60 in the first innings, looking to get amongst the runs and put his hand up, leading from the front as the captain here this afternoon.
This is going to be so important. He has to recognize his role in this encounter, because they're going to need him. There's a loud appeal for an LBW, not out, says the umpire. They're going to need him to really stick around, and stick around for a long time, to give them any chance at all.
See the C movement there, that one ducking back into the left-hander. Doing a bit too much there, the young man Manik. Looking to get amongst the wickets here this afternoon.
Again, he's pitching up and really challenging that front pad. Trying his best to break through, to get a breakthrough here for Trinidad and Tobago. It's just so important that they start taking wickets. I think that's the key here. Once again, Jeremiah not in control, just seemed to be pushing, wanting to push that maybe back past the bowler as he rehearses now, but somehow it ended up at mid-wicket.
It's a cool evening here, southern Trinidad.
Yeah, he's doing very well coming around the wicket.
Manik once more. Pitched up and driven nicely. This one is not going to have the legs to get to the boundary. Just be held back by Jason Mohammed. They complete 2. So that brings this to the end. First over after the break. Score is now 16 without loss. Jeremiah on 10 and Evelyn on 6 not out respectively.
That was a good flowing drive, and they're going to want him to do more of that. And when you can drive the ball like that, it means he's not taking any risks really, but still able to accumulate runs, and that's why you play the game. You want to take wickets, but you also want to score runs. And even though the game is at such a state, you still have to try to get some runs under your belts, because that's where the confidence comes from, and that is what allows you to probably play big innings. So it's going to be
Tion Webster. He's going to take up the attack from the southern end.
Webster did get that early wicket. In fact, it was he who broke the partnership when he got Evelyn to play on yesterday. I'm sure he want to do a similar thing here today. I'm sure Evelyn is cognizant of what transpired there. He was admonishing himself when he was walking off.
Webster really bending his back here. He's just ambling off a short run up, so to speak. Does manage to swing the ball a lot.
He didn't bowl badly in the first innings, and but at times he was probably a little too wide and too short. So I think he has to kind of figure out what is the best approach here. And I think if he can maybe encourage Evelyn to drive, that might be his best option here right now. Because he does get the ball to tail away nicely. So if he can just maybe bowl ones, a couple coming in at him, and then get one to tail away, that might just do the trick for him. Trinidad and Tobago with a great opportunity here to probably make a decisive push here towards wrapping this game up. And that's more like it. Evelyn leaving it alone. Obviously really fighting with himself here, because his natural game is to put back the ball.
Tad more aggressive. It's lovely conditions here this afternoon for the fast bowlers to bend their back and get something out of this predominantly dead pitch, so to speak.
Yes, but sometimes you have to kind of take the pitch out of the equation and let the ball do the talking for you. Because we've seen some great fast bowlers, as I say, wake up dead pitches. So it's really the length you bowl, the lines you bowl, and whatever variation you use is how effective you are with that variation, whether it's a slower one or whether it's even a quicker one. You probably bowl under your top speed, but every so often you uncork a real screamer. Surprise everybody. So outside the off stump for Webster, 16 without loss at the end of the over. His first.
So good start there by Webster. Generally swings the ball a lot. His bowling has come along from since making his debut as well, making his CBL debut for the Barbados Trident a couple of years back. He as well comes from the Santa Cruz area, as we were discussing earlier, Ruskin.
I'm sure there are a couple more who reside in that neck of the woods. So Manic bang on target. Forcing Jeremiah to be very careful here with his approach. I'm sure he would love to play another big innings here for his team and maybe go all the way to triple figures. And here's another good delivery, just kind of turning him a little bit. Manik in the first innings of the North-South Classic, when North had made 346 all out in 90 overs, he had 5 for 74 in that innings. So I'm sure he'll want to pick up a couple wickets here, just to do his confidence a world of good. Here comes to Dejon Charles in that one. Joshua James, Dexter Sween, Carrie Pear, and of course the last man, Milton Williams. Here's another decent delivery.
As mentioned, Ruskin, I would love to see some intent from these CCC batsmen. Doesn't make sense just prodding around. Yes, you made mention that the instructions is occupying the crease. It's one thing to do the hard yards and then offer a big heave and give away a wicket.
That's it. That's it. The challenge that they face now, because a lot of these players are out of character playing this way. But it's, I suppose, is what is required here in the sense that this is their first game of the tournament, so they obviously want to get some not just get runs, but also get some time out in the middle under their belts. The end of a pretty good over from Manik. Remains 16 without loss. Another maiden. So that's also the consideration here. So I'm sure the coaching staff is probably telling them, you know, just try to occupy the crease, get in the business of batting long, get into that habit, and see where it takes us in the end. It may or may not pan out for them, but clearly some of them are undercooked at the moment in terms of batting. So they really need to spend time out in the middle. And this is a pretty decent attack. So if you can kind of hold your own against this bowling attack, it kind of sets you up nicely for the rest of the tournament. So Webster will continue. And I think it's probably only a matter of time before we see Joshua James, because I don't think Brian Charles can wait too much longer before giving him a try. A similar thing for Yannick Araya. Yeah, it makes no sense delaying that, even though if you want to probably take some of the sheen off the ball, because it's so cool, it may still maintain that shine for a long time.
It's conducive for fast bowling.
And that's primarily what it is now. Somebody indicated to me that having spoken with David Furlong, that the reason Correa didn't bowl last night was because of the dew. If that is the case, and you know it's going to get heavy with the dew, but maybe now is the time to release him when it's not as pronounced. Get him in there and maybe see if you could get 10, 12 overs out of him and see how much damage he could do for you. That's a great shot. That's gloriously played, and that's going to run away for 4 runs.
That's 4 good-looking runs. You see that one over-pitched on this occasion by Webster. Stand and deliver, a little bit of style and flair indeed. So this will do him the world of confidence, the world of good. So he definitely got to pick up the mantle here.
He's such a powerful, and he hits the ball really hard. And you just saw him there without too much fuss at all, just using Webster's pace.
He looks like just a shorter version of Roshan Primus a tad bit.
Yep, he's kind of built almost like a Joe Frazier in the boxing ring.
Over pitch and overcompensating there for length was Webster and was dispatched. Seen a little bit of Steve Smith in the leaves here from Evelyn.
Manas Labuche just almost hitting the bat in the ground, taking it up high and then bringing it down.
But I think that's just a bit of uniqueness about them. I think from your experience, one such player that had a tad bit of unique was Rohan Kanai, when he falls over, making that elusive sweet shot.
The thing about it is that, you know, each batsman has his or her own little mannerisms or peculiarities at the crease. And, you know, there are some who would walk across. And, I mean, if you want to identify a showman, you think of somebody like a Renford Pinnock, who would make all sorts of contortions, get his body into some very unusual positions just to do a leave alone, almost like Courtney Walsh. You know, and it was like, but it was just fun to watch. People just loved
it was showmanship more than anything
watching
else.
him bat and just watch his antics. But he knew what he was doing. It wasn't like he was just doing that, not having any idea what he wanted to do. He pretty much knew what he was really up to. And is that a no ball? Yes, it is a no ball, bowled by Tion Webster. Webster probably just striving a little bit here. Knows that Trinidad and Tobago needs a wicket. You can't get 10 until you get 1. So they need the breakthrough quickly. And he's striving. The captain has entrusted him with the ball. And another no ball. Well. So back-to-back no balls here from Webster. Be just overstepping. We see some of his teammates there trying to identify where the foot is actually landing.
We have seen that the gentle medium piece has done the trick. Over the time we have seen the likes of Darren Bravo opening the bowling for Trinidad Red Force in a couple of seasons ago. Yesterday we saw the likes of Jermaine Blackwood picking up 3 good wickets, a 3 to go along with his 100. He's not expressed by any means.
Yeah, they're going to go for a quick single and they will get it too. Yeah, so it really depends, like I said, on how you approach the task at hand. And somebody has to really, as they say, put his hand up and say, Skip, let me do this and get on with it. Because I'm saying the longer they wait to introduce Yannick Correa here, is the less time they will have
With the hopes of bowling out CCC.
to bowl him and for him to be effective, because, and I'm only saying that because of the suggestion that they made that he wasn't used last night because
On the basis
of the
due factor.
and I'm saying, well, if they have a almost similar scenario here, but it's not dewy yet. So now is the time you probably want to try to introduce him and have him, get into some kind of rhythm and see if he can prize out a couple quick wickets for you. And then you can hand it back to the other bowlers if he's having difficulty with it, because he's the only wrist spinner that you have. All the others are finger spinners, so they should be able to grip the ball even though it might be a little bit moist.
Staying a bit low there on this occasion.
Yeah, we saw that the last time we were here, we saw the ball keep a little bit low at that bottom end, or that southern end. I think Manik is probably mindful of that. So he's operating on the maximum of keeping the ball right up to the bat and hoping, as Colin Crawford used to say, you miss, I hit. I mean, I'm not comparing him to Colin Crawford by any stretch of the imagination. One, he's not as big as Crofty was, and two, he's not as quick as Crofty was.
Did you manage to face Crofty at any time?
Oh yeah, we used to practice Crawford's Wicket. Crofty used to take a new ball in practice. So you know, getting pace coming at you. And I always have to say I had the benefit of a Richard Gabriel and a Ron Farrier to learn from in terms of how to face fast bowling. And especially Gaby. Gaby used to play fast bowling as much as possible, which is surprising, on the front foot. He wasn't afraid to come out and play fast bowlers. And I was talking about great fast bowlers.
Men of good pace.
Not some of the greatest fast bowlers ever, because he played in the era of the Holding, Roberts, Garner, Olds, and he had success against all of them. He wasn't afraid to play against them. In fact, they probably hated bowling at him, because what we see now as batsmen, getting under the ball and hitting it over the top, Gaby used to do that at will, because he had so much time to play shots.
So as we're on that conversation, you want to run the viewers through, or who may have not been granted the opportunity to know when Richard Gable was sent off by Vivian Richards?
But he kind of gave him an option, if you know what I mean. Because I'm not quite sure what it was, but Gaby, if you know Gaby, it really depends, and that's a good delivery, coming back at him a little bit. But to his credit, he brought the bat inside the line quickly and kept it out. I think if you speak to Gaby on that issue, and I'm not quoting him here by any stretch of the imagination, I think he was suggesting that he wasn't feeling well, or he was injured, and Viv told him either you stay on the field or you go off the field, and he opted to go off at that point in time. So it wasn't like Viv sent him off. It's like Viv told him, if you stay out here, it might just be one, you might injure yourself even more. That's a good shot once again. Manik took some of the sting out of it.
Carrier gave chase, some good footwork there.
And they're going to complete a third run. So that I think was the essence of it all. I mean, it probably didn't look that way when people saw it in real time. But I suppose that, if I remember correctly, that was the conversation they had. Although they didn't have that conversation like face to face. I think he was some distance away.
So it looked more than the eye could perceive. So Evelyn looks to be growing in confidence here. Two good-looking drives.
So that completes another over from Manic. 26 now on the board. So these two again, just quietly putting together a useful little foundation. And Malik 8 runs from his 6 overs. So not expensive, but certainly not troubling the batsman consistently just yet. And if you look at the conditions here, this is the dusk period where the artificial lights are starting to take full effect. And the natural light fades and fades rapidly. So it's going to be Webster. He had a couple no balls in his last over. Can he correct that now? So I don't know if Joshua James is going to get an opportunity to wrong his arm, as they say. But he, of all the fast bowlers or the seamers, he has really been the pick of the seamers for Trinidad and Tobago. And I think he's gotten a decent rest now, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Should be up and rearing to go.
Yep. Webster is right on target here. It should be. This is about the time when I think he probably feels he could do a job for his captain and the team. And sometimes it's just the question of how the body reacts to the workload. You know, but if you get into rhythm, then that workload doesn't seem
like
that much.
And these guys are relatively young as well. Age on the side.
Once you get into a rhythm, you forget the hard work, and it then becomes joyous work because you could have success. Webster again a little closer to Evelyn now, taking away the big drives and the cut shots or the pull shots. So already Guyana taking care of business in their game. And that is shocking, because for them to win inside of 3 days against the Barbados Pride is probably a peculiar development and a surprising one would have to say. But it was a real capitulation for the Pride in their second innings. And the Guyana Amazon Warriors wasting, the Happy Eagles rather, actually, wasting precious little time. Yeah, he thought there was somebody square of the wicket behind him. He was raising his arms, but there was nobody there. And it's 4 runs. Again, you're asking for trouble when you're pitching up on the legs like that. And Evelyn says, thank you very much, without too much fuss. The partnership is up to 30. That's the score here. T.N. Webster is still searching for that perfect length and line.
But he's just a tad bit too full, that is giving Evelyn the opportunity to drive freely.
Well, you bowled 2 good deliveries and then kind of release the pressure after that. And he comes back with a good delivery again. So 30 without loss at the end of over number 18. And we have the Vishan Lalman and Kishav Bahadur Singh. They should be coming and joining us in a little while.
It's going to be the first change in the commentary box for today. We had a very lengthy spell.
Yep. But they were otherwise occupied doing schools cricket. So we had Pres versus Pres, Pressure Gunners against Pres Sandu at Union Hall. I'll give you a joke about that ground. And just kind of reaching for that one, not really getting his body behind it. He kind of stood there and then just reached for his bat. Yeah. The first time I played at Union Hall, it wasn't even a cricket match, it was a football game. And I remember sending, but the ground was big. And I remember sending a short guy who sending him to take a corner, I could barely see him. Because the ground kind of sloped like that.
On the both sides.
Tell him to say, I should play short. Because he couldn't have known he was making, getting that in the area. It was so funny.
He's pitched up and driving nicely through the cover region. It's going to run into the fence. So 4 good-looking runs there for
It's a
Jeremiah.
No ball, another no ball. And so we have no balls now at both ends. So 35 for no loss. And I really, it's kind of perplexing because if I'm to take what the rationale why he didn't bowl around this same time last night was because of the dew factor, then it's going to be difficult for him to bowl.
History repeating itself.
Tonight as well. And I'm saying before the dew kicks in, give him the ball. They're going to have to hurry here. Here's this throw just coming in time. Of course, you could see for a moment that Jeremiah was ambling. And then he had to kind of put on the afterburners when he realized who was fielding at mid-wicket.
Was to the left of the left-handed dominated carry pair.
So then he realized this could be dangerous. Yeah, so I'm still a little perplexed. I know when the general feeling is the faster bowlers or the seam bowlers would enjoy these conditions, and that might be so. But I'm saying these batsmen have had difficulty with carrier, and he is probably the most likely to trouble them again in the second innings.
It's getting back and punching nicely off the back foot. Cover point comes off the boundary and limits them to 1.
So it is a little bit perplexing, to say the least, because you could, if you give him, let's say, 3 or 4 overs and you get nothing from him, you could then go back to your seam bowlers after that. But to not give him a try, especially as you see these two are starting to settle in
a little bit more
to their work. You don't want to wait until they're fully settled. You want to try and remove them as soon as possible.
Just on the corridor of uncertainty there from Manik.
Yeah, but I was telling you about that Union ground. That was a big ground. Now I'm not sure they use the full expanse of the ground, the width of the ground. But it's one of maybe 2 grounds, 3 really, that I felt were among the biggest grounds that I've ever played football on. It was that Forest Reserve, and we used to call Forest Reserve the acre. That ground was a massive. I think that was the largest allowable measure for an international. It was 120 by, it looked like it was 120 by 120. It was so big. But I think it was 120 by 110. It was wide, and it was the traditional 120. But boy, it was a massive ground. And then, of course, the ground down in Palo Seco, in the J.P. Smoltz Velodrome, that was a big ground as well. And that's Brian Williams' home.
This one is turned into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Manik is bowling a decent line, but I don't think he's troubling the batsman as much as you want to at this point in time. 37 without loss, and I think we could take a breather and let the 2 distinguished gentlemen come in. And, of course, we welcome once again Kishon and Visham. I know you guys have had a long day today, but it's my job to make it even longer.
Well, thank you very much, Ruskin and Daryl. And good night to all our loyal viewers here on Windies Cricket. And good night to you, Keshav, as well.
Good night as well to you, Visham, and it's definitely a strong position for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at this stage. CCC looking steady thus far in the second innings, not taking on the run rate too much.
Yesterday, Webster would have had some early success in removing Demel Evelyn, said batsman he's bowling to at the moment. And he'd want a bit of the same. We saw him looking to hit the deck hard last night when the Red Force was bowling. And he's into his fourth over now, one maiden, and just conceding 11 runs. Driven nicely away out to a deep backward point. Gully is out there. Only one. And I think CCC obviously want to negate the Red Force team bowling them out for less than, of course, whatever is remaining. That's 244 runs. And it's very tricky when you're in this situation, Keshav.
It's never easy, I think, with this final session of play and going into the fourth day tomorrow. The mode might be survival rather than looking to get a victory for the CCC. Still trailing by a significant amount of runs and yet to put a lead on the board.
Well, I think given the fact that Red Force would have already dismissed CCC, I think they would have at the back of their minds that they could do it again, and hence they would have enforced the follow-on because they had the luxury of doing so after dismissing CCC for 222 in the first innings.
Yeah, and based on the performance from CCC, I mean, you can just see that run rate under 2. Their approach is just to be cautious, mindful, not going to give away their wicket, as a no ball is signalled against Tion Webster. We've seen a few no balls throughout the course of this test match, and this is Tion's third no ball in this innings already, so could just be one of those factors where he's lost his run up, needs to just reset.
Could it be as well him looking for a bit of extra pace and putting in a bit extra? Certainly costing him though. That's a good delivery. And Jeremiah, of course, had a great first innings. The skipper.
Yeah, he made 60 off 166 deliveries, 9 fours, 1 6, strike rate of 36, so he is definitely not one to rush in terms of batting. He's taking his time as we see the results from the other 2 encounters. Guyana Happy Eagles winning by 10 wickets against Barbados Pride. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes winning by 402 runs against the West Indies Academy. Quite interesting performances going along there. And the match between Windward Islands Volcanoes and Jamaica Scorpions still ongoing, as well as this day night encounter, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. What are your thoughts on this first pink ball match in the West Indies Championship?
Well, I think it has been a good one, and in most periods, and it was in the favour, and still is in the favour of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as the over comes to an end. 20 overs done, 39 without loss. Yannick Carrier 3 for 26, Carey Pear 2 for 50 in that effort. Dismissed CCC for 222.
And also Brian Charles picking up 2 for 56. Joshua James 2 for 24, very economical. Tian Webster with the sole wicket And you would recall earlier today, Visham, at the Union Hall Recreational Ground, that match between Presentation San Fernando and Presentation Chaguanas.
Mm-hmm.
The Chaguanas team getting the better of their colleagues down south.
How could I forget? Is Manik, and that's driven nicely forward of point. Gully giving chase, James rather, giving chase, and it's 2 runs, 2 easy runs in the end.
You know, James situated at a deep point on the boundary, having to come around, but you can see it's an intentional placement from Manik. A couple of the shots thus far have gone in or around that region. Does have protection at a, I would say, a very wide fine leg.
Yeah, certainly.
Just in between fine leg and deep backward square, so unique 45-degree angle.
Manik could want to pick up a couple wickets if he can.
And that late movement after would certainly encourage him. He's been working hard, and you're just hearing the players, keeping him in that momentum despite all of his hard work. Not getting any wickets in the first innings and yet to get any in the second innings, but has bowled well, Manik.
Yeah, no doubt about that. A couple drop chances, a couple deliveries that would have fallen short of the slip fielders in the first innings of his bowling. Really have to feel for him. Evelyn not in control of that. That one hitting the inner half of the bat, or the bat almost turning in his hand.
And in the other game today, Visham, between Naparima and Toko, a noteworthy Roberto Badri picking up a hat-trick and getting 5 wickets for 1 run for Naparima College. Of
Amazing.
course, the nephew of Samuel Badri. See, cricket runs in the family.
He himself bowls leg spin. Roberto Badri.
Following in the footsteps. And no better role model to have. Badri, of course, at one point was the #1 T20 bowler in the world. And I think he sort of, in my opinion, revolutionized that opening the bowling with spin aspect, where being a wrist spinner and using that new ball on many occasions in the shorter version of the game was extremely effective. And over time you saw more and more becoming common. And even in the shorter version of the games, we see spinners sometimes opening the bowling based on the pitch.
Oh, that one keeping a bit low there on Evelyn, coming back in sharply. Gully, it goes down to Gully at wide fine leg. Yeah, definitely spinners opening the bowling has become a norm, and I think, yes, rightfully so. Samuel Badri really started that. I think it's a good time to say good night to Samuel Badri if he's listening. Yeah, and we even saw Gudakesh Moti opening the bowling for the West Indies across in Pakistan. And this one turned away. And noteworthy as well, Keshav, it was in Test match cricket.
Yep, in Test match cricket, the longest format. Also Sajid Khan, as 21 overs completed, 42 without loss. 43, that is, including the last single. And you see that developing trend, Visham, where you just have to play cricket according to the conditions. You can have 14 names in your squad and selected based on merit in terms of all-round performances, but when it comes to the game and the day itself, you have to choose your best 11 and have that team adaptable and suited to the playing conditions. Of course, cricket, one of the games with the most amount of variables in terms of weather conditions, the pitch, all sorts of factors affecting the type of ball, the condition that it's in. So you really have to keep on thinking, keep that mental aspect and that focus. It's no easy task, but these guys are showing that they're up for it.
Yeah, definitely so. And speaking about spin, In comes Brian Charles, the skipper,
Nice about
into the attack. Tomorrow, of course, being the final day of this contest. It's going to be a very interesting finish to tonight's play into tomorrow.
Straight away, no turn, but I like that flight from Charles. I think in recent times, he just needs to emphasize his ability to flight. Can often be seen bowling quicker and flatter. But once he uses that flight, he's much more lethal as a spin bowling option.
Yeah, definitely. He has had a lot of success, Brian Charles, in regional cricket. This one keeping low and bravely played on the back foot by Jeremiah. Well, safe to say he's seeing the ball well.
Yeah, well, a good knock in the first innings and faced quite a number of deliveries, so his eyes would be set in, but of course he fell to the bowling of Brian Charles, caught that slip by Yannick Araya.
Have that short leg in the form of Cephas Cooper. Some field changes being made here now. One field change rather. The mid-wicket fielder being sent back on the boundary. On the back foot again and just clipping it away. That fielder has some work to do now. Vikash Mohan is patrolling over there.
And Mohan with a smile on his face as he got around with that delivery. He played very well for his innings. And when Trinidad batted first, both he and Cephas Cooper doing their job as openers, getting up to that healthy partnership of 139 for that opening stand. The CCC at 46 without loss. They want to replicate something of that sort.
Ooh, that one taking the inside edge. Narrowly not hitting the pad. One more delivery to go in the over. There's been an attacking over from Charles. Apart from that first delivery that was wide outside the off stump.
And some neat footwork there from Karaya. Has been known to play football back in his secondary school days as well. The 22 gone, 46 without loss. CCC still trail by 236 runs. And if you were in that position out there right now, Visham, as the player at the crease, I think the main goal would be to see out the end of this day without giving up your wickets, and as best as possible continue taking over the scoreboard. No need to play any rash shots.
Yeah, I think that would be the aim of Jeremiah and Demel Evelyn. What I would like to see though is them playing on the front foot. If they are comfortable playing on the back foot, then so be it. But tell you what, if Charles gets one to spin sharply, they could be in some trouble. Both of them deciding to play the spin on the back foot, the ball keeping low as well. Here's Webster.
Webster with a change of ends, but not a change of the fact that he's had 3 no balls previously in this innings and now the 4th.
I'm not sure what is the issue.
You would be wondering if the change of ends might have been affected by that previous amount of no balls, but the first delivery from this media center end, overstepping.
Over pitch this time.
And I'm interested as to the reason behind Webster coming here, because I thought they could have given Joshua James a spell if Manik was to get a rest, or even self with Webster bowling from the other end before. He has bowled well, mind you, but again, just to try something different, as the batsmen seem to be comfortable at the crease. Maybe spin from both ends.
Flicked away. Just backward of square leg. That's the man, Joshua James, collecting. Yeah, I would like to see Joshua James be used here, and maybe Yannick Carrier for a couple overs as well. I know that Demel Evelyn, the right-hander, he likes the ball coming into him. He handles that well. But from what I've seen from him in the last season as well, he has some problems playing the ball that's going away.
Wild swing at that one, full and outside of the off stump. One of those tempting deliveries where you decide to have a flash at it.
Yeah, well, this is what he does, even to the spinners, Demel Evelyn, and I like the fact that that actually happened to show us an example of what I was speaking about, the ball going away from him. He's standing and chasing the deliveries rather than getting across it. I'm not sure if he's worked on it though against the leg spinners coming into this season, but it could be a plan that could be used by the Red Force. And right there again, just hanging the bat out there, hence an outside edge has been found.
What you see with his footwork, Evelyn, as Ruskin rightfully pointed out yesterday, he steps back and across the crease twice before the ball is even delivered. So he takes his initial guard around middle stump, and then he steps the off stump. And when the bowler is approaching the crease, he also steps back. So just trigger movements that he's accustomed to, but not afraid to go outside of the off stump.
Driving on the up this time, but no run. Manic in the way. 50 almost coming up, 49 without loss. Good partnership, a good start for CCC though. Over mid-off and mid-on's head, straight back down the ground for 4. Lovely hit there from Joan Jeremiah, over pitched this time by Webster.
Magnificent strike. Look at this from Jeremiah. Clean as a whistle. And went all the way almost into the dressing room.
50 partnership comes up, 50 comes up, 53. The partnership of 143 deliveries. 22 contributed by Jeremiah. 23 by Evelyn.
Well, already surpassing the partnership in the first innings of 45 when the first wicket fell, that of Evelyn, and second wicket at 69. So CCC showing improvement in stride. And that beautiful shot from Jeremiah, a signal of intent. You would think Vishan was just an expression of releasing the shackles, as they have not really been striking many boundaries, but they certainly have increased the run scoring in the last couple of overs. More singles and sitting around the strike.
I don't think it's a change of intent, but just showing some intent. And looking to put away the bad balls when presented, and that's important. You don't want to bog yourself down. It was a good shot. He didn't overhit it though. Charles not happy with something. There seems to have been some movement in the offside. Manik wasn't in the right position. Just sent around a bit. I can see Yannick Carrier warming up. Think I'm going to get my wish there, Keshav.
Yeah, well, Carrier would be a smart option for the Red Force to use. Of course, picking up 3 wickets in the first innings, leading wicket taker for the Red Force in that spell. And right arm wrist spin, always something that can bring you wickets. No risk, no reward.
Especially with the ball keeping a bit low at times. You can see a bit of spin from Brian Charles as well. Excited to see the leg spinner dancing down the track there, Evelyn. And no run.
Anticipating the music from outside the Brian Lara Cricket Academy later in that event carded in the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival season.
What's the name of that fete again, Keshav?
I believe it's Out in South, of course, signifying the part of the country that we are in.
Well, I'll certainly be out in South tonight at home.
I'm sure these players as well will be looking to get a good rest. Approaching the last hour of play on this third day. There would be some tired legs out there, but of course fitness key component, and you will see where it prevails, which team will come out stronger at the end. 24 gone, 53 without loss.
Yeah, I think with the Red Force in this position, they can't afford to get ahead of themselves and be all relaxed. They need to continue to be proactive, make the right decisions, and no wicket as yet. Just 19 runs conceded by Manik in his 8, 3 to pay from his 3, as economical as ever. 11 runs in Charles' 8 overs, and Webster in his 5, he's just bowled 5. So it's very slow going though by CCC, but I think it's all in an effort, Keshav, to just see out the day, if possible.
Yeah, well, as you stated earlier, no real reason for them to go at the bowlers. I mean, if it is they have any intentions of winning this game outright, they would have to first pass the 229 runs that they are trailing, set a lead for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to chase after, and then try and bowl them out. So I think it, in theory, is a lot to happen between this final hour and tomorrow's day of play, especially given the nature of the wicket. It's not a wicket such as in Pakistan or out in Gaul.
Well, maybe it is a pitch similar to what's in Gaul, based on what we've seen.
Well, based on what we've seen from Australia,
Yeah,
but not
from
from Sri
Australia,
Lanka.
exactly. Well, and based on what we've seen from the Red Force here, not CCC.
Indeed.
Well, a bit. CCC did do well, though, to get to 222. But again, it's still not where they would have wanted to be. A quick single taken. Once it passes Cephas Cooper there at short leg, certainly runs are involved. Yannick Carrier starting strongly.
But again, a simple factor as having the short leg in as immediately as the spinners came on just shows you the Red Force's intent, because throughout the entire CCC bowling innings, we were pleading for them to have some more fielders close in under the bat.
This is the matchup that I would have liked to see. I was calling for, but a bit too full there from Carrier allows Evelyn an easy push into the offside to get off strike.
Well, they're really looking comfortable, you'd say, Visha. No real threats at this point from the bowling. I need to try Jason Mohammed with his golden arm.
Oh, that one a bit too close to him to cut, and he was opening up to do so, Jeremiah. In the end, doing the right thing, just dropping the hands on it.
And rushed onto him.
Yeah.
Carrier known to have a quick action and also quick release speed. His natural leg spin as well as the variations, as the googly, the flipper.
Very nearly going into the hands of Cooper, but dropping short.
Good work to stop it. Shows that he's alert in that position.
Again, nicely forward, and look at how he's covering the line of the delivery, getting right to the pitch of the delivery. At the end of 25, it's 55 without loss, and it's drinks here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, it's 55 without loss at this stage, combined campuses and colleges. So just like in the first innings, this pair is proving to be a tough nut to crack. And that the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers are just striving here, but with very little success or anything remotely close to success.
And these two have really hold their own here. Looking a tad bit more comfortable. Really just maneuvering the strike a bit. Both batsmen into the 20 zone. He's done the wicket, that chance.
And it just doesn't go. He tried there, Cooper tried to get under it, and the ball just eluded him as he fell to the ground. He might have gotten his hands onto it, but it just seemed to come out just as he was tumbling over. So really, Evelyn living dangerously there. Just as he looked like he was well set, he almost gave it away. Pretty much what he did in the first innings when he got to 21.
Cephas Cooper under the bat there has really been in the way of things. Came in for a pounding, couple blows about the body.
Yeah, but he's smart under the bat. He keeps his eyes on the ball a lot. 'Cause a lot of people turn their heads, and when they get hit in awkward positions. There's another appeal for an LBW, but again, probably touching down just outside the leg stump, straightening onto the wicket. But once it touches down out there, everything is negated.
Lovely, Charlie girl.
Brian Charles has really shown his worth. Some long spells in this game thus far. Continuing where he left off. So that brings the end of the 26th over. It's now 55 without loss.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity here for Trinidad and Tobago. They have to try to get something by way of success this evening. So if they can prize out a couple of wickets before, we only have 12 overs remaining in today's play. So if they can get a couple wickets before Stumps, that would put them almost in a similar position to where they were starting this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. So that's probably what they're hoping for, that they can get a couple of wickets here and start the process of picking up 10 when it's all said and done. That's another glorious shot. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Again, plenty of time. He just waited on it, and as it spun onto him, he just caressed it into the gap for 4.
It's a good looking shot there from Jeremiah. A lot of similarities to how he got out in the first innings, leaning back and trying to punch that one. The bat turning in his hand. He's a bit more control this time around, resulting to 4 good looking runs.
He was playing with a straight bat here in the first innings. He was trying to slap it square, hit it straight in Karaya's hands. This is the test here right now. It's how do they manipulate Karaya? How do they negotiate him? So 59 without loss. That's when they lost their first wicket. Actually, it was 45 for 1 when they lost their first wicket in the first innings. So they're much improved here now. In the second.
I know you made mention just approximately about 12 overs left in the day's play. I think these are the ideal situation for someone like Jason Mohammed. This one he's driving in Driving nicely, but straight to Manek, unable to pierce the field this time was Jeremiah. The man with the golden arm, Jason Mohammed. You never know, he could come and turn up at this late in the evening and pick up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, I'm looking at Correa trying to dry his hands, and obviously there's a due factor that is probably going to play the rest of this evening's proceedings. Just can he grip the ball and be in control as he would like to? But you could see him almost after every delivery, just kind of dipping his hand. Now, because he had his rag and it fell off while he was running into bowl earlier today, it seems as if he's given the rag to the umpire. And like maybe every other ball or so, he will probably go and wipe his hands.
So that brings the end of the over. It's 59 without loss. Carrier has bowled 2, none for 6. Johan Jeremiah is on 27 not out, and his partner 27 as well.
Yeah, this pair, they've done very well. It's a left-arm, right-arm combination, and they complement each other very well. They were both very watchful when they started, so they achieved the first thing, which was not avoid being separated before the dinner break. And now after dinner, they're just trying to maybe kick on from here now. The two spinners who caused them the most amount of headaches in the first innings are operating in tandem again. Brian Charles, the captain, and Yannick Correa, who had 3 wickets. In fact, when you look at the bowling figures, Brian Charles had 2 for 56 from 22 overs. Correa had 3 for 26 from 17.
He's back and playing nicely. Defensively, no shot. No chance of a run there. But if it's one thing that I can say, that the Red Force, they just went about their business very workmanlike, but they waited for it to happen. No real support or energy this late in the evening. You're just waiting for something to happen. Someone with a spark of brilliance in the field who will change the tune and turn the tide here this afternoon.
Well, this is the time when the captain probably would want to sort of stamp his authority on proceedings here. If he could prize out one of these two. And his brilliant work, but I think he was back in his crease. Good work again from Cooper. Quickly getting to the ball and having the return back at the stumps. But the batsman had done well. Evelyn sensed the danger and got back in his crease. So close, but not close enough for TNT.
A rare sight, you've seen the wicketkeeper shining the ball.
But looking at Jeremiah probably coming down and telling him that, you know, you don't want to take too many risks. If you're going to play him from the crease, don't try and step out to him too much. Charles straining his line here. And the over comes to an end quickly, 59 without loss. Another maiden over. So they're getting through their overs rather quickly. As we said, there were 38 overs when the innings started. And already they've chipped away at it. We're into the final 10 overs now from here. 10 overs remaining. Now Yannick Correa, who had the splendid figures of 3 for 26 from 17 overs, 3 of them maidens.
Let's not forget those 17 overs were on the trot. So he showed good character, strength and physical ability to go ahead and bowl 17 on the trot. So let's see how he fares this second time around.
I'm interested to see if they have they do not have a long off or a long on. And I would think for him, I would probably put a long off, just to force him to do something other than the easy thing, which is just jump down the wicket and throw the bat. Just to deny him that option, even though if he hits it well, then it doesn't matter. He's going to clear that boundary easily. But I just think that with Jason Mohammed at mid-off, probably could drop all the way back, because you can't stop a single from there anyway.
So I was peeling outside the outside edge, straight to the slip fieldsman. Such a rare sight to see the bowler from the other end fielding at first slip. He's also the captain as well.
If he's the best slipper in the team, then by all means. And that one just went between the keeper and the first slip. And it goes down to third man for a boundary. Well,
so some commentators curse there. Hand on the knees, so to speak. He was a bit lackadaisical there, to say the least. Chance goes a begging.
and again, it's he's trying to go to his left, and I was making the point, if he makes that step to his left, that ball hitting him in the hip area, straight in the stomach area, but he's still wide. And when the batsman plays, there's this big gap
in between.
So an even better shot. Actually, the scoreboard would have credited that not as a chance but as buys. So it probably just hit the debit and just went past everybody to go for 4 buys. So that completes the over. It's 65 without loss now. Both batsmen on 28. Jeremiah used up 86 deliveries, Evelyn 93 so far. And the TNT spinners, as of yet, not as penetrative as they were earlier on. Brian Charles is going to continue. He does have a long on in place, as well as a deep square leg. So it obviously is a situation here where he's hoping that should they employ the sweep shot, then he might be able to if he doesn't connect properly, and he might be able to be in the game, man, a deep square leg. Although he's forward of square, it means he'll have to fetch, for that ball to get to him, he'll have to fetch that from outside the off stump.
And tug it away to the leg side.
So, but if he brought him squarer, if he tries to sweep from maybe off stump or on the wicket, it more likely will go backward of square than it will go forward of square. So again, Trinidad and Tobago trying to keep things as tight as possible. They're not getting wickets right now, and that's the main ingredient, as they say. And they want to get a wicket or two. And they will sleep a lot better tonight. Come back tomorrow and try to mop up things. But right now, this pair totally in deny mode. Nothing doing there at all. So the end of another decent over, 65 without loss.
I think I'll call for Jason Mohammed, one of the out and out part-time spinners, just to come into action here.
But you could go with Jason, or you could also bring your fast bowler in, who's been your most consistent fast bowler of all in Jonathan James, because he hasn't bowled at all for the second innings, which is surprising. But I'm sure if he gets a crack now, he is probably going to give you maximum effort. Now we have a long on in place, just as I was suggesting, because he couldn't stop a single how deep he was. He might as well put him right back on the fence. Deep mid wicket and deep square leg.
Let's carry it once more. Bang on target though. He's really put his hand up and led this attack.
Yeah, but I still think they took too long to bring him into the attack. They really needed to put the pressure on from the word go and force the batsman to have to deal with him from early as opposed to 20 overs in. Now for the right-hander, Jason Mohammed is going into mid-off.
Driving nicely, but straight to the cover fieldsman.
So this is where the captain has to probably just try to change up things a little bit, just to see if we could get a breakthrough. Right now, it's too comfortable for the batsman. Correa still bowling a good line, a good length, but he isn't getting the same kind of purchase of the wicket as he was getting earlier.
So a lot of factors coming into play there.
And here's another peach of a delivery. A little bit of bounce there. Just as I was saying, he wasn't getting purchase. He produces a little ripper.
Spinning back sharply there.
Again, but that delivery was so close to him. He could very well play that on the front foot, but he was committed to the back foot. Almost got into problems.
Good stop there by Gooley. Moving smartly to his right. So that brings the end of the over. It's now 67 without loss after 31 overs.
Yeah, so I think this is where Brian Charles has to start maybe think in terms of bringing James into the attack and let him see if he can prize out a wicket for you. Because right now the two batsmen are a little too comfortable. They're not sweating because they have nothing that is really overly aggressive coming at them. It'll be interesting to see if James can maybe find a good line and a good length and create a few problems. I really would have liked to have seen him use the new ball, but that, as they say, is water under the bridge. But he's back now to get his first taste of action in the second innings, in the CCC's second innings.
So, the moment you've been waiting for, Ruskin.
Yeah, I think they really needed to. Actually, himself and Yannick Karayev could easily have been the opening bowlers. And immediately
Going past
touches
the outside.
down on a good line and a good length.
So it's going to be a very short burst here from James. See if he can really extract something here and make it happen.
Yeah, he could probably get 2 or 3 overs in and see if he doesn't do the trick for you. That's well played again, and that's glorious. Not a man move, really. The man at backward point was really just moving to retrieve, because there's a big gap out there, and that cover region is more or less exposed there. He just guided it into that gap.
Well played there by Evelyn. He's looked good through the cover region. Some scrumptious looking drives. This one is jogging back a bit.
He was living dangerously there. He was shouldering arms, and he almost lost that off stump. So now just a little air of expectancy here. Can James do something? And they're going to get another comfortable single this time around. But I think once he has the ball in his hands, you just sense that he can make something happen. Reaching the point where you say, like, you hit him for 4, he takes a wicket. So 6 overs remaining after this one. 72 without loss at the moment.
Jeremiah, like the innocent bystander on the other end. He's not really played much aggressive shots, just buying his time, so to speak. This one is over pitch and driving nicely, but straight to the fieldsman.
Yeah, but this has been a good effort on the part of these two. I know they started well in the first innings, and the bottom kind of fell off. But here they are, an even better start, and now they're charged with the responsibility to see it through to the end.
I guess if they go to Stumps without any major hiccups and losing any wickets, you could say the game is evenly poised.
Well, the thing is that there's only one team could win this game from here. The challenge for the CCC is to bat out. They can't capitulate like how they did. Remember, they were 114 for 2, and then they lost with the addition of 14 runs. With 50 runs, they lost 7 wickets or thereabouts. So they cannot afford, or they lost 5 wickets, I should say, at that point. So they can't afford to allow that to happen again. But as I say, tomorrow will be a new day, and players will be rested, and you never know. Whenever you have a break in play, it could change a lot of things.
Indeed. So he's going to see a bowling change. There's going to be Carey Pay from the media centre end. Looking to get that much needed breakthrough here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And there's a play on a miss there. Ball probably just keeping a little bit low. Pierre starting outside the off stump. I don't think he wants to drift on the pads too much, but he could try to approach it on that off stump line. And there is a stifled appeal for an LBW. Might have just hit the bottom of the bat. Gary Pierre is convinced he'd broken through there. Well, if there was no bat in there, that thing looked plumb in front, but the umpire says not out. So it might just be a little bit of bat. So this has been a pretty good over from Gary Pierre, his first of a new spell. Nice fluent drive, but certainly playing on merit, not trying to go across the ball. At this point in time, as they say, playing the V. So bat as if you're now starting the innings, although you're trying to close out the day's play. And I think that's what these two are doing very well. Yes, the one is edging it, and he's gone.
Brilliantly
Just
taken.
like that. It's a good catch taken at slip. And that is the end of a wonderful effort there on the part of Jeremiah. Unfortunately for him, he goes for 28, is it?
So Gary Pierre coming into the attack and striking immediately, feeling for that one right outside the line of the off stump, and technically guiding it into the hands of the first slip.
To the captain, Brian Charles. So he goes for 29, Jeremiah. So 73 for 1 now. And so that is the breakthrough that the Trinidad and Tobago team was craving all along. And, well, I don't know if I could call him the night watchman, but Avinash is coming out. He batted at number 10
In the first inning.
in the first inning. So Avinash Mahabir Singh is going to come and try to close up shop here. So a good breakthrough for Gary Pierre. And well, he took the last wicket to fall in the first innings and the first one in the second innings.
So we have seen some interesting things happen before, where there was one instance in a test match where the then night watchman Jason Gillespie went on to get a double 100.
Yep.
We've seen stranger things happen for the night watchman.
Yeah, cricket is a glorious game sometimes, and I've also seen instances where they sent 2 night watchmen because the first one got out and they sent a second one. And then eventually had to send the regular batsman. And so Gary Pierre was pitching up again and kept out nicely by Mahabir Singh. So that is the end of a successful over from Pierre. 73 for 1 at the end of it. 5 overs remaining in the day's play. And again, and immediately on getting that breakthrough, well, I thought that, but James is going to continue, so I'm really glad they give him a run. I thought they were going to switch things up now that they've gotten the breakthrough, but they're going to persist with Joshua James. it really be, if I was James, I would really pull the choke here, and just let it go.
He got Mahabir Singh in the first innings as well.
Yes, he's right on target. So it's up to this young man now, Damel Evelyn, to kind of keep his nerve here, going through the closing stages of today's play. See if he could avoid losing his wicket so he could come back tomorrow and try to build on this start that he's gotten here. Is ball down the leg side, might have just brushed the pad on the way through.
Good take there by Gomez. James, a big unit he is indeed.
Yeah,
It's really not getting through the crease that I think he's capable of.
yeah, he doesn't really attack the crease. He just kind of ambles up.
Rolling off the shoulders.
He comes rumbling in and doesn't really attack the crease and set up the delivery and then really follow through with that momentum. Okay, so I went for a loud appeal and the umpire says not out. The hands go up. He might have just gotten an inside edge. Again, James causing problems here.
So starting back in. Looking for the expansive drive.
Umpire says not out and James looks up to the heavens. Just have to say, what do I have to do to get a wicket here? Takes a deep breath. And the cricket is such a funny game. After we got one wicket, all of a sudden the game takes on a slightly different complexion now, a different rhythm.
So James once more. Fuller straight to Gully there. There's no run. Evelyn driving nicely. He's really coming to his own somewhat. He still looks a bit skeptical.
Yeah, because I think he's undecided. He wants to play his natural game, but his natural game is to probably go after the bowling. This situation doesn't really warrant that. And I think he's kind of caught in two minds as to how to approach it. Does he defend or does he attack? If he gets a half volley, well, try to put it away. But if he gets out at it, now he's going to be kicking himself. As was the situation in the first innings where he just chopped the ball onto his stumps. So he obviously probably conflicted right now. Again, another good delivery to end the over. Another fine over from Joshua James. And at the end of it, it remains 73 for one another maiden.
So bit of late in swing there from Joshua James. Really putting his hand up and say, I'm here to ramp with the big boys, so to speak.
Yeah, he's really put in a good shift. In the first innings, Joshua James had 14 overs. 4 of them were maidens. 2 for 24. I think any fast bowler would take that any day and twice on a Sunday.
So it's going to be Karipe to continue. Success in his previous over. He'll be bowled into Mahabir Singh.
Karipe, again, because you have limited deliveries to play with for the rest of the day, you need to bring him on the front foot as much as possible. Don't let him just stand back in the crease and just push the ball up on the offside. Bring him on the front foot, and if he wants to stay on the back foot, we'll carry it up to him even more. That's more like it. Force him to make a decision to come onto the front foot. Because I think at this late stage, that's the one thing he doesn't want to do.
Just ensuring that he's covering the line of the delivery. It's a big heave.
Yeah, that's well played.
Boy, oh boy. Bit of aggression shown here.
Yep.
Marbury say he's not coming to muck around with the bat at all. That's a good looking shot indeed.
It wasn't too badly lined. He just, I suppose his natural instincts kicked in there. And he just saw a delivery he felt he could hit. But he's, at this stage of the day, I'm not sure if that is what the dressing room wants to see him playing. But they'll take it all the same. So they still trail by 205 runs. So pair just adjusting the line closer to the off stump now. That was such a good shot. It probably shocked the entire Trinidad and Tobago team.
He's bowling from behind the bobbing crease.
Yeah, but that's too easy for a tail ender. Yeah, all he has to do is stand there and push the ball back down in front of him. You really want him to maybe think in terms of chipping down the wicket to get to the pitch, something other than just able to just stand and prod and just not move at all and just stand there and allow the ball to come on to him. 77 for 1 at the end of the overs. At the end of that over, 3 overs remaining. They still trail by 205 runs. And James it is who is back to do battle with Damel Evelyn.
So just some 18 legal deliveries left. They would look to leave a good chunk of those 17 remaining now, Ruskin.
Yeah, but he has to be careful because James is getting a little bit of in swing, maybe some reverse swing, and so he has to be very mindful that the ball will tail back at him. And he has a tendency to take the bat out of harm's way early. And under these conditions, and against this bowler, that could be a dangerous ploy. Because if he miscalculates at all the length or the line, it could be rather embarrassing. It almost happened to Jeremiah in the first innings, but the ball jumped and probably was hit the pad and was going over the stump. So James, who had a confident LBW appeal in the over before, in his previous over, that turned down. Here's another beauty, tailing in quickly. And you could see the bowler turning around to ask the umpire, but it clearly hit at the inside edge and went further down the leg side. But it was tailing in an awful lot. He probably needs to start it just outside the off stump and bring it back.
There you see it again. Nice movement inside. I think for this amount of movement, he should have brought the mid-wicket a bit closer.
Plus, if he can just hold one
To hold this line.
to go the other way, because right now you could see Evelyn is playing for the inward movement, playing
That's to
for
stop
that.
the delivery.
Yeah, he's playing for that ball coming into him. So if he just get one to touch down, but line it up with the off stump.
Good delivery there.
That's
whipped
gone
off
through. And it's going to crawl towards the boundary, and it gets there now. So good looking shot. He had a little bit of difficulty digging it out, but he got good contact and was able to place it past the mid-wicket for 4 runs. And when the ball travels across the turf like that, because of the dew, yeah, it could swell, and it could lose the shape too quite easily if it gets knocked around.
And especially with the pink ball, it becomes discolored faster than the white ball.
Yep. I remember in the North-South Classic, they had to change the ball about 3 times in one inning because of that. It lost its shape and it lost its color. Such a glorious shot. Very well played again, using the pace of the bowler, just driving it beautifully back past him. One of the best shots you could see in cricket.
Yo.
Hold up pose, young man. That was a good looking shot indeed there by Evelyn.
James was going up to him, and you look at the only wicket taker there, 1 for 8, carry pair.
So what is said to be the penultimate over of this evening's proceedings will be bowled by the wicket taker, carry pair. But as I mentioned, I would have loved to see one of the quote-unquote part-time spinners in Jason Mohammed more than likely grab a over before the end of the day's play. Never know, he can muster up a wicket or 2.
You could probably force the batsman into error because they may want to hit him out of the ground.
Some aggressive intent shown here by Mahabir Singh.
Yeah, because he's not prepared to just push the ball, especially if it's on his legs, because he knows that there's that forward short leg lurking there. So he's almost as if he's trying to move the forward short leg.
So Evelyn moves into the 40s.
Thing about it though, the night watchman took the single off the first ball of the over.
When he's supposed to be taking bulk of the strike.
Yeah, he's the one who should be keeping out the as many balls as possible here. So he exposed the batsman. I think the umpire is telling Gary Peer to just move and just follow through off the wicket.
So Evelyn with a 50 to his name already in just his 6th match. Best of 73. He will definitely want to surpass that after getting a good start here.
He's at 43 right now, looking as confident as ever. So another over comes to an end, and just 1 to go now. And now the cut-off time might very well be 8 o'clock, but we have a couple minutes to go. We have just about 10 minutes by the time that final over starts. It will be about 10 minutes or so to go. So they couldn't, I think the umpires could play on until the 8 o'clock hour. So Justin Manick is back to try his luck, but this time at the southern end. A note for 19 so far from his 8 overs.
This will do him the world of good if he gets a scalp in this last over here. He's not look his usual self at all by any means.
Bahadur Singh looking very competent with the bat. Radha Mahabir Singh, Avinash. And the two batsmen having a little discussion. They're obviously talking about staying true to the end. Now they
Was there a
go
chance
for
of a
this
mix-up?
a chance of a run out. If he hits, he's out. Well. That could have been curtains there. And he took aim, James, but he couldn't hit the target. And he almost overcommitted there and just missed Joshua James.
Had all three stumps to aim at there. Unable to make contact with the stumps.
Yeah, if he had mango days in Tobago, hit that on a dime.
Do you fancy your mango pelting skills, Ruskin?
Oh yeah, you had to learn to pelt mango as a child growing up. Man. But we had this is no joke. We used to use, the rose mango
The longer one.
was like, no, the kind of wrong one.
Yeah.
The rose mango was the chow mango. But the ripe rose mango, you never ate that. So you used to use that to pelt
The others.
calabash mango or vare mango. And then you used to use them to pelt starch mango or Julie mango, as the case may be. That's if you didn't have a rod. Yeah, man, pelting mango, that was a regular thing. Or even like pelting wind bowl or stuff like that, yeah.
Were you part of the prestigious Camp Ogden Windball in Long Circular? Or that was before your time?
No, I just never played. I played wind ball cricket, but only in like Bartaria,
Okay.
home by me there. But it was tough in the Aranguez area. We played as another opportunity to rotate strike. We played a lot of wind ball cricket growing up, and plenty of the players also played hardball cricket. So it was you kind of knew everybody from playing wind ball cricket. And although that some people only like to play wind ball, they wouldn't venture close to a hardball, but they will play wind ball cricket. And at school, you played a lot of wind ball cricket that way as well. First thing in the morning, school didn't even start yet, you're playing wind ball cricket. In the break time, you're playing cricket. Lunchtime, you're playing cricket. After school, you're playing cricket again.
So this should be the final over of today's play.
Well, actually, they've finished the number of overs, but it's time I think they're playing now. So they're probably going to
that's a
go up until
beauty.
8 o'clock.
Beaten all ends up, you see. Animated Mahavir Singh there. Signaling what that ball did. Dropped down and left him.
And Mahabir Singh he probably has to commit to taking most of the strike here now. And keeping his frontline batsman firmly planted at the other end. And again, now is the time I think for the captain to just crowd him a little bit. You have nothing to lose at this stage. and everything to gain. So just to change his mindset, who knows? He might just jump down the wicket and
Have a big heave.
and have a go, miss everything, and that's only because of the fact that you brought players in and around the bat. I mean, if he hits a boundary, fine, but what you're trying to do is to see if you can get the bowler to produce something special. And speaking of something special, this one went right through him. And this is where, again, where I think some of the captains are not as proactive as they should be. Because there's no way you have a tail ender there.
And at the backwards
Yeah.
at the last over.
You're not putting pressure on him to
Really chance his hand.
to force him to do something other than just defend. And even if he defends, because you're so close to him, you feel as if,
Always in with a shot.
yep, something is happening. Yeah, force him to try something different. So the playing again, we've surpassed the 38 overs. That would have been the 39th over. And I think they'll just play on until 8 o'clock, which is about almost 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes away. So maybe one last over. And Brian Charles is going to come back into the attack now. So he will bowl the final over of the day. Batsmen have a long discussion. No doubt. Going over the plan of just defending, not taking any risks at all. And try to see out these next 6 legal deliveries.
Just one play there. I think risking the jitters of going in overnight at 47, 48 is a lot harder. Maybe you're just a one shot away to get closer to your elusive landmark.
And there he goes. That's a good shot. And the middle fielder was a little bit late in starting. And he's going to get 2. Did he pull it back? He might have just pulled it back. We wait to see. And that is going to take him up to 46, I would imagine.
Getting 3 there indeed, yeah. So he goes up to 46 now, Evelyn.
But the good news for him is that he's safely at the non-strikers end. So now it's Mahabir Singh's turn to negotiate. But again, he's so comfortable, just another care in the world.
So one play there.
Charles again, not really spinning the ball a great deal. And when it turns, it's a slow turn, nothing prodigious.
So some 2 legal deliveries left. Good fight back here from the CCC outfit.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that this is the last over of the day. Umpire took a look at his watch, and I think they've agreed that they'll lift the bails after this one. They concur, and the batsman making absolutely certain of that. And he succeeds in keeping it out. So that should be Stumps here on day 3 of this encounter, as the CCC batting a second time and trailing by 282 runs have really produced a splendid effort here, and have really denied Trinidad and Tobago. They're close at 90 for 1, And certainly they have given themselves a chance of probably maybe negotiating. They're going to have 90 overs on the final day to negotiate. Can they do so? They have 9 wickets in hand. 192 runs is kind of irrelevant at this stage, but I'm sure they'll hopefully try to
Give a good account of themselves.
yeah, maybe
come
get
tomorrow.
close to that, if not surpass it.
So it has been a splendid day of cricket indeed. We have seen some 11 wickets, in fact 9 wickets falling on the day's card. Some good bowling and some decent batting performance. And the CCC outfit second time around has really stuck to the plan and withholding the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. My name is Dara Williams, alongside Ruskin Mark, as we bid our farewells for this evening's proceedings.
Well, let me just tell them that Evelyn is on 46, so he is eyeing a half century, so he's very close to a half century, a deserved half century, I might add. And the night watchman Avinash Mahabir Singh is on 5 and 192 runs adrift, but it sets up an intriguing final day tomorrow. Hopefully the weather will cooperate and we will get a full day's play in, because given the state of the wicket, we might need all 90 of those overs. So that is the situation here as the covers are being brought on. The CCC trailing by 252 on first innings after they were bowled out for 222, and in the red by 282 runs and 90 for 1, and they still need a further 192 runs. Will they get there, or will Trinidad and Tobago get the 9 wickets required? Join us tomorrow for to see whether or not they get the 9 wickets, or if the CCC can somehow frustrate them all day. We'll see you tomorrow.